get something?
Wow, you're here. Drop some off. I'm gonna go to I don't need my wow. Thank you. That was good. I like that.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action from up top. Your announcer, Shannon Sugardoe, with you, setting up the action for this evening. 11 race card, fast and dry conditions for this evening's races. Just above the freezing mark, it's 2 Celsius, 36 Fahrenheit to begin our program this evening. Program changes are coming right up. Stand by. All righty, first changes then, of course, come up in race number 1. Number 4, Ethel, will try to go 3 for 3 in her young career for owner, trainer, driver Pat Barr. Switching things up this evening, going to an open bridle and adding a Murphy blind to the left side. Number 6, Milia Fromage, is switching to blinkers, and number 7, Sweetest Hustle, is moving to an open bridle. So a number of bridle changes on some key players here in race number 1. Start of the guaranteed pool, pick 5 carryover, almost $7,000 carryover money added to the pick 5 play in race number 1. It's a must play tonight as the pool has been guaranteed at $25,000. Over in race number 2, a group of trotters for that. No changes, nothing doing in race number 2, leg 1 of an early pick 4. Third race this evening, race number 3. Number 3, Untimely Arrival, is going to add a screen. Screen goes on 3 in the third. And at number 4, Sunshine and Rain, blind to side rolls. Side rolls. Going on, number 4, Sunshine and Rain in the third. Race number 4 this evening. Number 1, Fooling Yourself, had a line from Flamborough on November 20th, finished well back. Colin Kelly was driving for 1 mile and 2 minutes 1/5. Number 8, Lifeguard in the 4th, switching to the blind bridle. Fifth race then, race number 5, the 6, Sir A's, got a line from Flamborough on the 19th. Was a race winner there, 2 minutes 3/5. That is the 6, Sir A, has a line from Flamborough showing winning 2 minutes 3/5. Believe that was a qualifier on for the Sir A horse, but don't quote me on that. I'm just looking at the line, and yeah, it is a qualifier, I'm told. Race number 6 then. Race number 6. It's a group of trotters. Race 6, the 2-horse, Charlotte K, switching to blinkers. Put the blinkers on at number 2, Charlotte K, in race number 6. Then in race number 7. This evening's 7th race, opening leg of a late pick 5, is clear. No changes there. The 8th race. In race number 8, it's the opening leg of our late pick 4, number 8, Beck Jr. or Beck Jr. I'll get the correct pronunciation on that one. Going to the replays, of course. A new owner, Stu McQueen. He trains. He is on the ownership line now. Again, number 8, Beck Jr. or Jr. Again, I'll get the correct pronunciation from what they've been using at Northfield. Come race time. So Stu McQueen now owning and training number 8 in race number 8. 9th race, number 2, Dance Machine, has a line from Flamborough November 19th, showing a race win, and that is possibly another qualifier. Not 100% sure. 158-3. I'm told, yes, indeed, another qualifying line. That is the line to be announced. It's a qualifying winning mile, 58-3 over Flamborough. 10th race then. Let's go to the 10th. Race number 10 is clear. Then flip to race 11. Our finale, the high 5 finale on the pace. Number 3, Easy Flyer, is going to switch it up to an open bridle. So many bridle changes this evening For an 11 race card, we've got you up to speed thus far on changes. We've got you 14 minutes away from the Pick 5 carryover in race number 1. It's sponsored each and every race day by HBI Bet. That pool really swelling up now. We've guaranteed it at $25,000. That includes $7,000 almost in carryover money. The winning combination was not sold last night. Our first carryover of the race meet right here in the opener. It's the Pick 5 play coming up in about 14 minutes time. We're going to take a short break right now. We'll come back with friend of the show, Robert Reid Jr. We'll do some bantering, and we will do some commentary, tickets, and selections throughout the night. Lots more to come on this Tuesday evening, the Pick 5 carryover race number 1. Stick around. Hi, welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. From up top, the eye in the London sky, I'm your announcer this evening, Shannon Sugar Doyle with you for 11 races featuring the Pick 5 carryover in race number 1 and featuring a friend of the show each and every Tuesday evening. It's Robert Reid Jr. Joining the broadcast for commentary, ticket ideas, and race selections as well. Robert Reid Jr. standing by, and how goes the storm down your way? I kind of took it from talking to you last night. There's a bit of a flu circling around the neighborhood down your way.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough. Hit Robbie the hardest of all.
Wow.
It hit my wife Megan, and we're expecting, so that's a little bit a little more scary.
Mm-hmm.
And then hit myself pretty hard yesterday.
Okay.
Got the worst of it. On the men today, Sugar, but it's been rough. I mean, it's been going around.
Yeah.
Everyone tells me that. Doesn't matter really where you are, whether it's up here in Newmarket or in London.
Yeah.
It's that time of year, right? So
for sure.
Well, we got it pretty early. Hopefully that means we'll be able to skate through the rest of the way without getting it again.
Right on. I've been lucky thus far in London, and in talking briefly with you there last night, I mentioned signing off that hopefully you'd be joining us for the broadcast this evening, and sure enough, you show up just like that horse called in sick, right?
That's right. One of my favorite horses.
Right on.
On the circuit, called in sick. I wasn't going to do that today. You got to soldier through sometimes, especially you got to carry over an opportunity like this. I mean, a real pretty crazy sequence.
It is too.
Closed out the card last night, and tonight I agree. It's one of those ones that, at a glance, you might think it looks like you can kind of skate through it pretty easy, but the more you look at it, the more intriguing each race gets.
Right. You mentioned interesting sequence. I thought you were going into today, which it is a tough sequence, but last night, let's talk about the bombs. Let's talk about Jason Ryan and what he pulled off last night. Of course, he won with a favorite earlier on in the card with trainer Kyle Bossens, and he showed up later on with a Sumner horse, and then came right back. After winning at 19-1, he comes back with a 50-1 bomber. There were a couple of live plays in the finale. I was surprised to see who the live money was on. The 3 and 4 in the finale. There was no live money to the 8, which was a heavy favorite. No live money to Nat Day on the Cass Schneider horse, the winner, the eventual winner as well. It's just surprisingly how that all played out.
Yeah, no surprise to me that Jason Ryan had a successful night. I mean, I think he's a fantastic driver.
Sure.
And, I was surprised by the horses that were live in the finale, only because I thought that the 8 should have definitely been one of those horses. Now, that one didn't end up winning anyways. But artistic pick paying that much I didn't understand that. I'll
And,
be
and
honest.
class dropping, right?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where if Artistic Pick had drawn inside,
Yeah.
would have been my top choice. I think I had him picked for fourth.
Sure.
When I saw that win price, I honestly almost fell off my chair. Sugar. A horse that
Yeah.
has been as high as the preferred at times in his
Exactly.
career,
Yeah.
dropping in for a relatively cheap tag,
Yeah.
and goes off at that kind of a number.
The form just wasn't there. On paper, it didn't look like he could get there, but you know what? Any sign of his old self, and we saw what happened, right? And it's just his kind of trip too, right? He left sharply from the outside post, found a spot in fourth, and then up the inside all the way to nose out the others on the line. Wonderful patience there, Jason Ryan aboard Artistic Pick. And we've mentioned it before, when these drivers get hot, you know, so sometimes it's Tyler Borth, at times it's Travis Henry. Coming in tonight, it's Jason Ryan.
Yeah, momentum is a big thing on this driving colony.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen it so many times, and tonight I think Jason's got a few live ones.
Yeah.
But they win races in bunches here, right? So
Sure do.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out tonight.
They win races in bunches, and it's not just a single driver. You know, it moves around. Like I said, Tyler Borth, Travis Henry, Jason Ryan. Maybe it's going to be Scott Ray, Garrett Rooney. You know, be looking for him tonight on a few. I'm thinking. Let's talk about this Pick 5 play then. Race number 1, our first carryover of this race meet. It's a $25,000 guaranteed pool, almost $7,000 carryover money from last night. Definitely a must play. There's tons of money in there already. Likely will surpass the $25,000 guarantee. And yeah, let's get a look at some ticket ideas then. Now, I don't normally post a ticket that's going to cost more than $24 or $30 when thinking about a 20-cent wager, but this ticket right here, it's $36 even on a 20-cent play, and there you can see the new money already in play, just shy of $12,000, that adding to the carryover amount, and as I mentioned, a must play. For me in the opener, we're going to try Scott Ray with a long shot. Put Your Bet Down was much better there last time out. I like the way Team Ray has been operating in recent weeks. I just got to try a long shot along with a couple of favorites. Number 4, Ethel, is 2 for 2. Pat Barr, owning Training Driving, switching things up today. Open bridle with a Murphy blind added to the left side, and then going outside to the 7, Sweetest Hustle. This one switching things up for trainer Jason Libby, goes to an open bridle, and the driver changed to Tottermore this time around. 3, 4, 7 for me to start it up. Over into race number 2. Sheena Soldier surprised me last night with a sharp gate leave to sit up close and battled gamely, stuck around for third. I believe you got to use that one in the second race. Also going to include the 5, Stonebridge Zeus for Team Ray. Well, for trainer Brian Lawrence with Scott Ray on board. Noting that one removes the Lasix for this off a strong third best finish last time out. And then the 6, Timeout Houdini is another one to consider. Timeout Houdini fitting in well, always in the hunt here in London. Race number 3, 5, Steady As We Go. I love that filly. And first-time starter for trainer John Pentland. Number 6, Missed Amber. The qualifier says she is good to go. So those are the 2 I'm going to back in race number 3. There are no keys for me in this sequence. 5 deep in the 4th, and if we make it over to race number 5, we do have Belichick, expected to be a heavy favorite in there. Also going to try the 2, Adrenaline Rush. Gets an improved post to maybe sit along up close. Closed up very sharp last time out to finish third. It's Tyler Borth back on board. The last time this horse was in the winner's circle, Tyler Borth drove this one to a 157-1 victory over Flamborough. So for me, 1 and 2 to end it. And again, $36 even on a 20-cent wager. I've opened up the wallet this evening, Rob.
It's okay to open up the wallet when there's a carryover, right? I mean,
yeah.
One thing is you want to make sure you get it first of all, right? And I know sometimes you want to be able to take a stand, and I might take it, Sugar. I'm actually keying 2 horses, but I understand spending more in these situations,
right?
Because if the right horses win, or I should say, even the right horses get beat, this could pay anything, right? And we've seen that on several occasions here.
For sure. Before we get to your ticket, if there's one guy I would like to talk to about his Pick 5 ticket idea tonight, it would be Ryan Willis. How about his opportunities over the weekend? Cashed huge at the Meadowlands, and then took a big chunk of a Pick 5 pool down around Truro on Sunday.
Yeah, he's running hot right now,
Ooh,
right? And
very
that's,
hot.
we talk about the drivers here at the raceway
Yeah.
when they win races in bunches. Ryan seems to cash tickets in bunches.
Ooh.
Like when he gets hot, I mean, he's taking it all down every single night.
Yeah.
Fantastic handicapper.
Yeah.
I did put the message out to try to get some info. I said, "What do you like tonight?" He goes, "Everything."
Wow.
So, I mean, he's
Not giving
me
much
nothing,
away
basically.
there, right?
No,
Not
he's
gi-
not. Yeah,
uh,
he's
but
not giving me anything.
but that's
so.
how he cashes the big ones, right? There's not a whole lot of info
Absolutely.
put out there beforehand, and when he cashes, I like how he lets us know, and just, you know what, a great weekend for Ryan. Great to see.
Yeah, it was great to see, absolutely. But I thought right off the bat in this sequence, Sugar, it's difficult because Ethel's one that you might want to be drawn to.
Yeah.
Last time had no right to win, still won, but this is a much tougher group tonight.
Okay.
This is not easy, and I'm not I don't like it particularly when there's changes made after a couple of wins either, right? So
Yeah, I thought
for
that was a
me,
bit peculiar. Yeah.
yeah, last time it was an interference break. I mean, she has made mistakes in that opening turn. They may not show up on the program, but she has been a little bit wonky in that opening turn at times. So I get it. Maybe they're tinkering with some things here. I did go 4, 6, 7, 8. I love the way Malure Fromage, Jason Ryan, hot driver.
Mhm.
That one's looked over at Flamborough. Sweetest Hustle. Interesting tonight to see what that equipment change does for this one.
Sure.
And France Sports Writer, I mean, last time we liked her.
We did.
Now she gets the trailing post. She had no chance the way it panned out last time.
And
so if you want a real bomb to open it off,
Yeah.
that's the horse I think you want to look at.
It appears nobody likes her tonight, right? 60-1, but more than capable of going with these, as you mentioned. Just
Yeah.
didn't show a whole lot of interest off the wings, and certainly didn't show a lot of interest in wanting to pass one last time out. But she is better than that line, number 8, Franz Sports Writer. And go back to Ethel just for a sec. I know what you mean about that first turn. I know she was interfered with last time out, but she was a little bit bumpy without the interference last time in that first turn.
Yeah. She was, no question about it. And the thing is, too, is if she makes a mistake against this group,
Right.
can she beat them? I don't think so.
No.
You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to.
I agree.
I think she's got to be almost, not a perfect race, but pretty much darn near flawless in her gait and everything to beat this group.
Yeah.
6-5 to me, I think she can win. I don't think she's one I want to hang my hat on. Do I think she's a really nice racehorse? Absolutely. Might take her a start, though, to get acclimated to this level.
Sure. Definitely not a single in the opener as far as you or I are concerned. Let's go on to race number 2.
I'm using a pile of them.
Yeah.
Going 5 deep. I like Last Shot as my top choice.
Wow.
Love the effort last time off the bench.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with that one on top. Hope for a price there, but 5 deep, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think it's a very competitive looking trot race. And then we get real thin. The last 3 races,
Yeah.
I'm going to be kind of walking the tightrope steady as we go. I thought she was fantastic last time. She's progressed in each of her lifetime starts so far.
Mhm.
And this looks like a group she should double up against. I really do. Like, if you think that Ethel has any shot in the opener, you got to think Steady As We Go is one that should go out there and crush that group. However, the addition of Mist Amber, very interesting. First time starter for John Pentland, a
Right.
horseman that I respect tremendously.
Mhm.
Still her first start versus one's 4th start. So
Right.
I'm more than happy to take a stand on Steady As We Go. If Mist Amber beats me first time out, it's just something that I'll be willing to accept. Race 4, nice competitive looking group. Again, I'm going 4, 5, and 6. I thought Karlamov last time was one that kind of improved on the
Same.
engine, maybe
Yep.
this time.
Mhm.
I like it when a horse goes a long way in the lead, and actually your 3 horse in the opener is in the same boat. And, this time around maybe goes a little bit further, right?
Sure.
Silver Sandy, I thought got a horrible trip last time, the 5. I think, he can rebound and come up with a better effort this time around with a better trip. Salzburg Boomer, no room until very late in the mile at 55 cents the dollar. You get a bigger price this time, no question about it.
Mhm.
Think that he's a big-time player in there.
Mhm.
And the money leg, I'm all in on Belichick. I mean, this is a horse that was already racing well and then goes to the barn of Richard Moreau, as many have, and it just gone to a whole new level, right? 27-2 last quarter, last time at Flamborough Downs.
Right.
I don't like the fact that Belichick doesn't have a lot of gate speed.
Mhm.
I do think, though, that he's the one that you want to be singled up on in there if you're going to go down to 1 in there. So $12 for me. Will I add and replace a little bit on a couple of spread tickets? Maybe, but that's my main ticket. I'm going to press more than a few times.
Right on. I like it. I like Belichick in the final leg. Interesting to see it still remains with Morrow after being so sharp in recent starts for that $15,000 tag.
Yeah, sometimes someone's going to jump in, right?
Right.
It was quite a nice run. I mean,
Yeah.
4 victories the last 5 starts,
Mhm.
no worse than second. I mean, the claim might be coming soon, right? But he's also winning his way out of these conditioned claimers.
Sure,
So
yeah.
now's when guys get a little more hesitant.
True enough. I see horses are vacating the paddock. They'll be post parading here shortly. Thanks so much, Robert Reed Jr., setting up the pick 5 carryover, going postward here in race number 1. Horses on post parade here shortly. Stick around. More to come. Already, here comes the field then for the first of 11. We've got pacers to start things up. You're looking at 1, Cheddar's Delight with Todd Morris driving for Linda Richardson and a Lindsay Sinclair, Bud Sinclair conditions. It's fillies and mares that are non-winners, 17.5 lifetime here in the first. Number 2, Play Like Carrera. It's Brett McDonald on board for owner-trainer Darian Ham. Then the 3, Put Your Bet Down, Scott Ray Pottets for owner Robin Morley, the trainer's Jack Ray. Number 4, it'll be Ethel. Ethel is owned, trained, and driven by Pat Barr. Number 5, A Sailor's Delight. Dan Clements gets the call for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. Ruth does the training. Melia Fromage, Adipo 6, Harry Martin, the owner, trainer, breeder, Jason Ryan off the driving triple last evening. He's on board. Outside chance for 7, Sweetest Hustle, Tyler Moore, catch driving for Lori Keeling, the trainer, Jason Libby. And then it's the 8 is Fran's Sports Rider, Michelle McMullen, Audrey Crawford on the ownership line, Ken Gowan trains, Andy Moore, your driver. Those are your 8 pacers to contest the opening leg of the Pick 5 carryover. It also features exactor tries, superfecta, and daily double wagering. The must play, go to, here in the opener, the HBI Bet sponsored Pick 5 $25,000 guaranteed pool. Alrighty, after a little sip of ginger ale, we're set to talk more horses, Robert. Your top selection on the monitor right now, that is the 7, the Sweetest Hustle. Todd Moore gets the call to drive this one tonight, and runner-up finisher, 3 straight. She's got 10 deuces on the season from 24 outings, and she'll try to go on by tonight. Open Bridle, the switch too.
Yeah, and we said it last time, Sugar. You know, this is a horse that maybe just has that seconditis, right? Doesn't want to go past, and didn't want to go past last time. The Open Bridle, I mean, that means, you know, we're probably not going forward with too much authority off the gate, but I do, you know, like maybe changing things, getting a different driver, different set of eyes on her and Tyler Moore. And maybe, you know, she gets hit a little more aggressively after she gets away from the gate, maybe even off the gate tonight. I thought Sweetest Hustle has been one that, you know, has been in good order for Jason Libby, and this looks like a beatable group for her. She's 5 to 1 on the board. She's the better value right now, in my opinion, over Ethel, even with that post 7. Not one I'm willing to single, but one that I do like.
I agree. I love the value right now, 7 to 2. She might even go a bit lower. She's 2 to 1 in the morning line. She is a second choice on that morning line. Sweetest Hustle on the outside looking in, but gets the Open Bridle treatment tonight. Here is a look at another possible player in here. And what do we got on the monitors? That's an 8, Fran's Sports Rider now. Fran's Sports Rider, you've got her pegged for the deuce. And you know what? She took action last time out. Heavy favorite winner. A 3-back, just not a whole lot of interest from start to finish last time around, but more than capable of throwing a wrench into things here in the opener, you're thinking?
I think so. 25 to 1.
Wow.
I mean, that's a big number on France Sports Rider, especially considering, take into account too, last time that price went up exponentially when she was gapped at the gate. Okay, we
Yeah.
know we've got people that bet off the gate, bell
Gate
bettors
calls,
and,
gate calls, yeah.
absolutely, something that I'll do with a horse that makes breaks, off the switch sometimes, and her price went up exponentially. We mentioned it on that broadcast that she was going to be third. The time before that, she got interfered with,
Exactly.
and that cost her any chance of getting a bigger piece of it. And now this time around, she goes to the trailing post, not the ideal spot, but she's not following out horses that don't have gate speed. So if she ever gets into the right spot, maybe trips out, she could be a big upsetter here. 25-1 is much higher than I think she should be. I think she fits well with this group.
You're kind of talking me onto this filly right now. You know that start you mentioned where she got interfered with two back? She's pacing in 57 that evening. If she's not interfered with, and you look through the card, there's not a whole lot showing 57 in here.
No, there's not. And I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, Ethel's getting bet right now down to 3-5.
Yeah.
She's moving up, and it's a big step up in class.
Big.
It's one that we usually take pause and say, wow, that's a big step up in competition. Now, is this the toughest version of this class? Probably not. It's still a big step up. And to me, the margin of 3-5 versus 19-1 on those two horses, that is way out of whack, in my opinion.
Number 4, Ethel, yet to show sub 2-minute speed. When you look at the break, though, last time, when you look at the trip she went, it's more like a 58 or 59 miles she paced last time. So she's more than capable of going with these. But like you mentioned, there's going to be no room for errors from that filly tonight.
No, I don't think so. I think that she's kind of got to go out there and be clean gated throughout, obviously, and have to probably work out a decent enough trip. She's not going to do what she did last time against this group, that's for sure.
Right.
And I do think that right now 3-5 is an overbet. I think sometimes we look at something that's so visually impressive and just say, wow, that's so good. It's going to work against any class, but that doesn't usually work out that way, Sugar. I mean, you know that horses might take a start or two to get used to that next level of competition. And Ethel was one that, just got up in her lifetime debut, went a big mile to do so. Last time, I think a lot of the horses we've been talking about would be 1-9 against the group she beat last time. It's not like she faced any kind of horses of significant substance that time around. So
I
4-5
totally agree. Yeah,
I can't single.
Right on. No singles in the opener, says Robert Reed Jr., and I wholeheartedly agree here. Still getting that 15-1 price on number 8, Fran Sports Rider. Second choice for Robert Reed Jr. here. So the gate is moving. Thanks so much to all for playing along with this Pick 5 carryover in London. Here we go. Behind the gate, Cheddar's Delight, then Play Like Carrera. Put your bet down. Ethel's in the center, then A Sailor's Delight. Meilleur Fromage. A Sweetest Hustle for 7 noses on gate, plus that trailer, Fran Sports Rider. They're at the top of the stretch. The starting gate picks up speed. Here they come. It's the race 1, Pick 5 carryover, and it starts now. They're off. And to take them on out of there, put your bet down for Ray. There is some speed from the far outside. Sweetest Hustle is put in play. Along the inside, Cheddar's Delight has come through for the deuce for Totterborth. Bending through the opening turn. Put your bet down on top. Second best, Cheddar's Delight. Sweetest Hustle is going to keep on coming here for Tottermore. Sweetest Hustle moves into third. The plugs are out and the gloves are off. In the early going here, up on the outside, Sweetest Hustle is getting stung by the pace setter. Put your bet down. They opened it up in 29-3, and Scott Ray says it ain't going to happen. He's not letting the 7 go. He's pointed. Put your bet down this evening. Leading by a half length. Sweetest Hustle traveling in second on the Park job there. Third and in, we've got Cheddar's Delight. Fourth and wide, Park since the start, is Meilleur Fromage picking up the cover. Third over now is Fran Sports Rider. A Bear Reed fifth for A Sailor's Delight. Next to last was Play Like Carrera. The trailer is Ethel. Ethel at 6-5 would have to circle them. After that, half timed up in 59-3. Put your bet down, being absolutely harassed by Sweetest Hustle with 3/8 left to go. It's Cheddar's Delight continuing in third. Fourth best on the outside is Meilleur Fromage. Way up on the outside, there goes Fran Sports Rider. Throw a blanket over them. Up by 3/4. Put your bet down. Still there. Up on the outside. Here comes Milieu Fromage. And way up on the outside, still coming France Sports Writer. And in the top four, Cheddar's Delight. Ethel still needs about 5 lengths to win it. 129 and 3 for 3/4. Put your bet down. Moving all in. Still coming on the wide side is Amelia Fromage. France Sports Writer and trying to come on through. Cheddar's Delight up to the finish. Ethel is coming on late. Here's Jason Ryan. Maybe with the 6, Milieu Fromage to start it up. Ethel was coming from last. 2 minutes flat. It got very close here. Number 6, Milieu Fromage, was on by, but here came Ethel to make it very close. She was up on the wide side, coming from last. Here's another look. And it's number 6, Milieu Fromage, to start it up at 6, make it 7-2. And the 6-5 choice, Ethel, suffers her first defeat at the races this evening. 6, 4, 3, and 8. Your top 4 unofficial in the Tuesday evening opener. $55,000 wagered in to that pick 5. Again, thanks so much for supporting the pick 5 carryover in the opener. Great start to our Tuesday evening card with over $80,000 wagered in to race number 1. Unofficial winner coming back. Returning for 3 in a row in Ontario, Milieu Fromage. 4-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar at a Ballysealster by Intrepid Sealster for owner, trainer, breeder. Harry Martin of Hanover. The hot hands of Jason Ryan. The good times continue to roll. He comes off the driving triple last night, and he starts things up tonight in London aboard Milieu Fromage. Congratulations. Race number 1, we're going official, 9:40 on the nose for Milieu Fromage. Driver Jason Ryan picking up where he left off last night. Exactor came back at $42.80. Dollar Try, $80.40. The Super for a buck, $1,175 even. That's a 20-center worth, $235. Cheddar's Delight was 5th. Play Like Carrera, 6th. Put Your Bet Down, 3rd. Ethel was 2nd. A Sailor's Delight, 7. Milieu Fromage, the winner. A Sweetest Hustle, 8. France Sports Writer, 4. 29 and 3, 59 and 3, 129 and 3. The mod of 2 minutes flat. Milieu Fromage for 3 in a row in Ontario. From the top, a 5, 6, 3, 2, 7, 1, 8, 4. Trotters for race 2, not wasting any time. We'll get to it in about 4 minutes. Exactor Try Super. If you missed on the 6, Milieu Fromage in the opener, we've got the early pick 4 starting up in race number 2, $7,500 guaranteed pool. 4 minutes to think about it. There's that win photo from race number 1. By ahead, number 6, Belier Fromage.
Winning the opener at a nice price too, is 7-2. I think it means better cheese in French, but someone could maybe correct me on that one. Makes sense. Better than cheddar is the sire of that mare. Jason Ryan keeps up the hot hands, winning the opener tonight. Bit of a knockout too, getting the better of the favorite Ethel. Start of the early pick 4 now. So if you're out of that pick 5, you might as well jump on in. It's a guaranteed pool of $7,500. I'll be jumping in anyways because, hey, I love my multi-leg wagers here at the Raceway. Sugar's going with the 3, 5, and 6 here in the opening leg. We'll see a competitive trotting event. Just the 5, 6 in race 3. That's that nice looking first-time starter for John Pentland. And, of course, Steady As We Go, who was a big-time winner last time. Race 4, big spread race for Sugar, going 5 deep with the 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Competitive-looking group of condition claimers in there. And in the final leg, race number 5, sticking to his pick 5 ticket with just the 1 and 2 Belichick and Adrenaline Rush. So no singles for Sugar. A couple of stands there with pairings and 2 legs and a big spread in race number 4. Myself, going to stay true to my pick 5 ticket. 5 deep here in race number 2, 2 through 6 for me. I think it's a very competitive looking group here. Singled up to the 5, Steady As We Go in race 3, 4, 5, and 6 in race 4. And of course, sticking with my single of Belichick in the money leg race number 5. So that ticket, very economical at $3 for 20 cents. Is that right? Yeah, $3 for 20 cents. There you go. But we'll be back in just a few minutes to take a closer look at this upcoming race number 2.
Alrighty, here we go. It's a group of trotters for race number 2. Exactor Tri Super opening leg of the early pick 4. Opening up as the fave as number 4, Last Shot at Even Money. Todderbor driving number 1, Playful Elegance here for Dennis Duford. The trainer's Ashley Duford. Oedipus 2, Top of the Bar. This one owned, trained, and driven by George Catro, sharing ownership with Mario Hebert. Then we've got the 3. This is Sheena Soldier, Todd Moore driving for Gary Green and Tim Cherwayko. Tim does the training. Garrett Rooney staying on number 4. Last shot. Second start back off the layoff for owner-trainer Britt Kennedy. Number 5, Stonebridge Zeus, removing Lasix for this, owned by Brian Lawrence. And a Smirk Inc. with Brian training Scott Ray on board. Timeout Houdini, number 6, Colin Kelly up and on board for ECS Racing, LLC of Michigan, Steve Boston's trains. Outside chance for number 7, a Hot Fudge Sunday with Alfie Carroll on board for Angie and Richard Carroll. Richard trains. And a trail out, number 8, Shoshi Deo. Leanne Davidson owning Daryl Lever trains with Brett McDonald. Going back on board, maybe. He's been on it before. If not, it's Brett McDonald on board, number 8, Shoshi Deo here for trainer Daryl Lever. That is your field of 8 on the trot for this Exactor Tri Superfecta, the opening leg of a Pick 4 play. And I was surprised, Robert, to hear you say your top selection in this the second race would be the 4, Last Shot. Big morning line, but big early money put down on this one.
Yeah, surprised to see that actually. I thought we'd be on a bit of a price here, Sugar. I mean, 8-1 morning line, I didn't think we'd get that. But I thought she'd be a decent number on the board only because, it's still a little bit hidden last time. Got away 6th. I thought that she finished with some nice, good trot. And what you'd want to see from one, coming off the bench, right? And she's one that's kind of was winning at a high percentage, was racing up in the, preferred ranks. And this is a group I think she can get the better of, with that transition now into her second start at the bench, racing back in a regular rotation. I'm just hoping that we get closer to that morning line of 8-1 in the multi-leg, especially the Pick 5. Pick 4 is tough because now you see it, right? You see the odds. People flock to that 9-5. I think she looks good on the track right now, and I thought she was one that you'd want to be involved with heavily here.
Sure thing. Before we get to talking about your second choice in here, I know it's the first leg of an early Pick 4. I'm just going to give the heads up out there to folks playing the Pick 4 that number 8, Shoshi Deo, is looking very sharp on the post parade. If there's a post parade pick for me in here, definitely number 8, Shoshi Deo, right now offering at 12-1. There's just something about this trotter looking very, very sharp following the post parade. So just going to kind of put that out there right now before we get closer to post time with people playing this early Pick 4.
Is that an official
Sugar
Shannon Doyle pick of the parade?
It is going to be a post-parade pick right here and now. And, I mean, there's no shot of me including this one in my Pick 4 ticket idea or selections. But just because kind of jumping off the track at me right now, watching him warm up. He's come to a walk now in the top turn. But I love the way he came out of the post-parade. He was right on the bit for Brett McDonald, trainer Daryl Lever. And we saw what Lever was doing here a few weeks ago. And Shoshi Dale right now is a post-parade pick for me.
If I get beat by my man Daryl Lever, I can guarantee you I'll get some PMs tonight because I use Lever horses all the time, as you know.
Yeah.
A lot of respect for that barn. Don't have Shoshi Deo, who's one I've liked before. You mentioned about Brett McDonald.
Yeah.
Third time driving this horse.
Okay.
Last 2 times, a couple of third-place finishes, so knows the horse well enough.
Okay, good to know as we go inside 2 minutes. How about Sheena Soldier? Love the way this one had the early speed last time and battled first up forever.
Yeah, Sheena Soldier's the type that, versatile, right? Post 7, and was overland in both those races last time. Obviously got the worst of it. You think a 38-1 shot that gets that kind of trip's going to just back up. Actually forged to the lead before getting picked off by the heavy favorite, or Narutok Perfetto, who got an even worse trip 3 wide for most of the mile. And I just thought that Sheena Soldier, he fits against this group. You see a lot of difficult posts. I mean, 7-7. He's got last 3 of his last 4 outermost posts on half-mile tracks. So has every right to step up with a good effort tonight. I thought 6-1 was generous in the morning line. 5-1 right now. A decent value play. Better value than Last Shot. Last Shot's my top selection, but I mean, 2-1 is a pretty tough pill to swallow.
No shot I ever would have thought the 4 would be at 2-1 currently as we go about a minute away from post time. Another one maybe to consider, an early speed threat possibly with number 2 top of the bar. George Ketros doesn't have a big barn, but the quality's not so bad.
Yeah, quality's there for sure. And top of the bar is one that, went camera shy, right? 2 for 39, but has hit the board 19 times over that span. And a mare that last time only missed by half a length to Ornaro Talk Perfetto. I think he'd be more than happy to go back to that classy veteran in this class tonight. So you look at top of the bar here and think, well, why can't she win? If she gets the right kind of trip,
right,
she can. 6-1, I think, is probably an overlay. I thought she'd be a little bit shorter than that.
Right on, the starting car getting set to move in. But here's what I'm talking about. Check out Shoshi Deo and the body language here.
Yeah, he looks like he's full of himself, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He had a swagger to him.
Yeah, there's something about this horse tonight. I'm not sure he can win or even hit top 3, but there's just something about him, the way he looked coming out of the post parade, that I'm kind of liking. So here we go with race number 2 on the trot, opening leg of our early pick 4. Here's the 1, Playful Elegance on the rail, of course. Top of the bar, Sheena Soldier, Last Shot. Stonebridge Zeus, Time Al Houdini, Hot Fudge Sunday, and then the trailing spot for Shoshi Deo. 1/8 of a mile from the start. A 16th out now, and here they come. And away they go. It's Time Out Houdini springing first for Colin Kelly along the inside. Playful Elegance up between trotters, top of the bar, and plugged in from the back tier spot. Shoshi Deo going through the opening turn. Time Out Houdini is stretching it out here for Colin Kelly, who goes under a snug hold. Here comes Last Shot. Last Shot, Garrett Rooney pointing this one towards a front end mission, and it appears he's going to get him there just prior to the quarter mile. Last Shot has taken control as Time Out Houdini pockets up now in the second. It's Playful Elegance from third. Soft, very soft opening quarter mile here, just 30-3. Last Shot closing up as the 2-1 favorite. Second best continues to be Time Out Houdini racing out of third. Playful Elegance already underway. Fourth best on the outside. Here comes Shoshi Deo. Live cover possibly for the 3, Sheena Soldier. It's top of the bar, who got the Forest City shuffle back to 6th. Outside traveling 7th. Stonebridge Zeus, the trailer. Hot Fudge Sunday, just 1:01.1. They have diddled. They have dawdled for a half mile here in the second, and it's Last Shot, the one to take down. Got a reminder to go on in here. Last Shot picks it up in a big way. Following in second, Time Out Houdini. Out there in third, Shoshi Deo. It's Playful Elegance along the rail in 4-3. Deep on the outside for Sheena Soldier. Roused up for a 3/4 mile push. Going on by that marker, 1:30.3. Last Shot. This one's all in. Time Out Houdini. Pocket riding. Makes a move to the outside here for Colin Kelly. Still coming on the wide side. Third, Sheena Soldier. And Playful Elegance saving ground along the inside. An 8th left to go. Last Shot. Last Shot. 8-1 in the morning line. 2-1 on the board, racing like a 3-5 shot in here, going downtown in London. Last Shot takes the second. Time Out Houdini for the deuce. It was 4 across for third. It was 2 minutes, 4/5. Last Shot steals one in London. It's the 4, Last Shot on top here. One of the longer shots in the morning line, released as the 2-1 favorite here, and made front. And as soon as that one made front, it was over for the rest. 4, 6, 3, and 8, your top 4 unofficial. Back for a picture, number 4, Last Shot, 5-year-old daughter of Archangel out of Dream on Bernie by Burnt Hanover. For owner, trainer, breeder, Rid Kennedy. It was Garrett Rooney on board for this. A gate to wire win, pretty much gate to wire, right? Parked just prior to the quarter mile and got the half and 1 and change and raced home to a 2 minutes 4/5 victory, 14th career win, and that is 7 on the season. Last Shot takes the second here, returning 680. Exactor 2570. The double combination of Millier Fromage and Last Shot 3570. The dollar try came back at $39.60. Dollar super $354.40. The 20 centers were $70.88. So Playful Elegance was 6. Top of the bar, Fishina Soldier 3rd. Last Shot, a race winner. Stonebridge Zeus was 7th. Timeout Houdini 2nd. Hot Fudge Sunday 8. Shoshideo 4. 30-3. 101-1. 130-3. The mile was 2 minutes 4/5. Last Shot. From the top, a 6:53.17.284. Third race up and coming. A screen for 3. Side rolls for the 4. Best bet selection for both Robert Reed Jr. and Nathan Bain. Number 5, Steady As We Go, coming up. Back on the pace for the third. Exactor try. Super Pick 3 starts in 11 minutes. So the guest handicappers in play: Robert Reed Jr., Rod Adams Jr., Nahu Picks, Nathan Bain, Garner Barnsdale for Ontario Racing. We're all over the 5, steady as we go, and most of us, we like this filly. I was out for her qualifier in mid-October, and I knew then she was a little bit special. She's come back to be first, second, and third since then. The victory last time out was very easy, and she's at even money right now. A second choice for myself, Robert, and Rod Adams of Now Who Picks. We're including the 6 Missed Amber. That first-time starter off the qualifier for trainer John Pentland. John is recently celebrating his 60th birthday. So hope your birthday was just great. John Pentland training number 6 of Missed Amber with Todd Borth on board for this first career start. 5-2 action, second choice currently. Nathan Bain and Ontario Racing's Garner Barnsdale using 2. Ms. Liz C to complete the exactor. Number 2 currently holding at 4-1. 4 minutes away from the upcoming third, starting up the pick 3 play. Robert Reed Jr. and his ticket suggestion for the pick 5 play is looking pretty good thus far. He's gotten you 7-2 in the opener, and then 2-1 in race number 2. Though that 2-1 shot in the second last shot was 8-1 in the morning line. No shot. People would have been expecting last shot to go away as a favorite in that leg 2 of the pick 5. Live money in play right now. There you see it. $2,060 from the pool of $62,000 plus. Again, that is after 7-2 and 2-1, but again, no shot. Anyone could have thought last shot would have been a 2-1 favorite in the second race. Here we go. Starters on parade for the third race as we go back on the pace for a field of 8. You're looking at the 1, Rose Ricky, Andy Moore, Pottits for Brad Wilson. Trainer is Dwayne May. It's Fillies and Mares, non-winners, 5,000 lifetime, by the way. Number 2, Ms. Liz C. This one has Sam Villion on board for Gino Toscani, Ashley Lenvoy conditions. Untimely Arrival 3 adds a screen tonight for Peter and Raymond Core. It's Tom Hodgkin. Hodgins sharing ownership with Peter doing the training and driving. The 4, Sunshine and Rain, switching to side rolls for Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. Dean trains Lauren House tonight. Best bet selection for both Robert Reed Jr. and Nathan Bain. It's the 5, Steady As We Go. Steady As We Go for Britt Kennedy. Money Clip Racing with Britt training. Garrett Rooney up. First time starter at a post 6, Missed Amber, the daughter of Better Than Cheddar, 2 years. Owned by Ellie Bale and John Pentland with John training Totterborth. Don and Ken Beatson along with Cole England on the ownership line for 7, Timeout Spectrum with Don doing the training. Ryan DeRoche in the sulky. And the trailing spot for 8, Kelly's Moment, Pat Barr, the owner, trainer, and driver. There you have it, 7 Pacers on gate plus the trailer for an exactor try super, the start of a pick 3 play. All righty, so race number 2. Our post-parade didn't get along so well, but still raced well to finish 4th off, well, an easy kind of half for the eventual winner. Your top selection, Last Shot, who you did include in your leg 2 of the early pick 5, and you're still going. I've been out long ago.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, Sugar. You look at the prices, you think, well, a lot of people should be alive, but it's not the case. And,
Right.
and Last Shot, like we said, no way that horse was just 2-1 in the pick 5.
Right.
More like around 9-2. That was the
Yeah.
price in the pick 5. And I mean, there's some potential there now, right?
Oh, for sure.
A couple thousand left here, and still 3 legs to go. So
Well,
it'd be nice to find a way to book a winner.
Right. Well, the live money left in a $60,000 plus pool is actually less than what's remaining in the pick 4. Pick 4, 3,000 remains from a pool just shy of 12 grand. We're talking $2,000 live from a pool of over $60,000. So, yeah.
Should be interesting.
Should be. Will be. Let's talk about Steady As We Go. We all love this filly. Everyone capping this race on our broadcast has got her pegged as a winner. First, second, and third in all 3 career starts. And right on the bid again here for Garrett Rooney. It'll take a mistake, likely, for her to get beat. Or maybe it's the 6, Missed Amber, really, really good in her debut that would take her down.
I think that's what it comes down to, right? Steady As We Go. Is she going to be as sharp as she's been? She draws, post 5, and had the rail in her last 2. You just got beat by Ethel. We saw the effort she went tonight, right? I thought she was a play against, but she was the best horse in the race. She was the best horse in the race. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
And
yep.
And Steady As We Go just got beat by that one. Came back, demolished a similar group.
Mm-hmm.
The question is what kind of a horse is Missed Amber, and is she good to go and beat one that's got 3 starts on her belt and already a victory at first asking? I love the looks of this filly, the qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it live. It looks good on paper. And I love the fact that she came home in 29 seconds flat. So a lot going for her,
Mm-hmm.
but not enough that I could say, Steady As We Go is not the one to beat in here. I mean, this looks like a real good spot for her to double up and just kind of continue progressing.
Mm-hmm.
She's come a long way, in 3 starts, and came a long way in that opening start, right?
Yeah.
To be third.
Yep.
And I just think that she's not one I want to side against. One, I guess, drawback for me on her is she's a bit of a smaller horse, but that's okay on a half, right? I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Maybe on the bigger surface you'd be a little bit more concerned, but I think here at the Raceway she'll be just fine again.
All Bets Off, Sire, All Bets Off was not a very big stallion for me. He was a great half mile horse and in his career. So you know what? As mentioned, steady as we go. Not a big filly, but she doesn't have to be going around the half. Here's the 6, Miss Amber. Miss Amber, I missed the qualifier. I know a mutual friend was asking if we record the qualifiers on Thursday mornings. Well, we're not doing so just yet, but the odd time I've been around and getting some cell phone footage, which I did with Steady as we go, and I would have liked to get the footage with this 6, Miss Amber, to know what we're actually looking at here.
Yeah, it's true, Amy. Listen, you've given out some really good tidbits for qualifiers this year, Sugar. There's no question about it. This is an interesting looking one. I mean, you know, it's not like she doesn't have any, real standout siblings or anything, but you look at that qualifier and you just say, you know what, it looks like there's something here, right?
Right,
And
yeah.
I mean, there's no money in those races, so you'd probably think there was a little bit in reserve. I mean, Tyler's not one to get after them too much in the preps, and I think that Miss Amber's, the logical challenger here,
Yeah.
taking a lot of support at 2-1, which is obviously a good sign.
I kind of like the 6, Miss Amber. The thing about Steady as we go, she's been on the lead last couple of times in the late going. I know she made the pocket move to the front, nearing 3/4 2 back. Last time out, she's cutting one out. I think they might try her from behind tonight because her first career start, she was a monster, making up a ton of ground, passing a ton of horses. I think she's off the pace tonight.
Yeah, I think she can go either way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but she has proven she can be a killer from off the pace.
Yes.
So let's see what she does tonight.
All righty, here we go. It's the third race in London. In behind, Rose Ricky, Ms. Liz C. Untimely Arrival, Sunshine and Rain. Steady as we go. Then Miss Amber, the first-time starter for trainer Pentland. Then Time Out Spectrum, back tearing it, Kelly's Moment. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. And boy, was I wrong. Looks like the 5, Steady as we go. She's being pointed again here by Rooney towards the inside. Rose Ricky. Rose Ricky out for the lead. Steady as we go, though. She's just floating on out of there and doing things quite easy here for Rooney. She's going to clear to the top as they straighten for the backside, closing up at 1-5. Steady as we go has set the table early. Second best, Rose Ricky for the pocket ride. Ms. Liz C looks at it from third. It's Kelly's Moment traveling fourth, a midfield fifth for Untimely Arrival. Then we go back to Sunshine and Rain. Next to last and already at least 15 lengths off the lead. First-time starter, Miss Amber. And trailing the field, Time Out Spectrum, 29-1. That was the opening quarter-mile split for Steady as we go. She is loose up front. She is all by herself, leading by 3 full lengths on the half-mile approach. She's going to go along on an uncontested lead here. Steady as we go. A training mile thus far. The half was a minute 3/5. Second best, Rose Ricky in there third. Ms. Liz C underway off the back end now. Travels Sunshine and Rain. A little bit crooked going through that bottom turn. Inside, traveling fifth, Kelly's Moment. Then it's back to Untimely Arrival. Nothing yet from Miss Amber. Trailing is a Time Out Spectrum down the backside now. It's tippy-tap reminders for Steady as we go to remain alert on her front end mission. She's now got it by 4 open lengths. Rose Ricky is following along in second, battling on for third. Ms. Liz C against Sunshine and Rain. And along the inside was Kelly's Moment. And following on that inside is Miss Amber. Just over an eighth left to go. Steady as we go. Still going along unchallenged here. She's been all by herself pretty much since the get-go, and she is good to go once again for 2 in a row in London. Steady as we go. Rooney on board for Kennedy. Rose Ricky second. Ms. Liz C finishing third. Fourth goes to Kelly's Moment. 2 minutes, 1/5. Judges' inquiry here. They're going to review the start of number 2, Ms. Liz C. Again, a judges' inquiry involving 2, Ms. Liz C. They'll review her start from the third. 5, 1, 2, and 8. Top four unofficial here. Steady as we go. On our way back for another winner's circle photo in London. Back-to-back winners here for trainer Britt Kennedy this evening. Here is Steady As We Go. 2-year-old daughter of All Bets Off out of Flight of an Angel by Mach 3 for owners, breeders. Britt Kennedy along with Money Clip Racing. Again, it's Britt training for the double. Garrett Rooney's on for this victory. Back-to-back winners for Garrett as well. On the driver's seat, he's just put a new mark of 2 minutes, 1/5 on the filly. Steady As We Go. Congratulations. Result of the judges' inquiry, all horses did receive a fair start. Again, the judges' inquiry from race 3, all horses did receive a fair start. It appears 5, 1, 2, and 8 will stand. $250 to win, exactor $14.20, dollar try $19.40, super for a buck $209.75. Your 20 center comes back at $41.95. Rose Ricky second, Ms. Liz C was third. Untimely Arrival 8, Sunshine and Rain 6, Steady As We Go a winner. Miss Danber was fifth. Timeout Spectrum 7th, Kelly's Moment 4. 29 and 1, minute 3/5, 130 and 3, and a mile of 2 minutes 1/5. New speed badge. Steady As We Go from the top at 238, 6, 1, 5, 7, 4. Fourth up and coming, Blind Bridle for the 8 Lifeguard. Pacers, Field of 8, Exactor Try, Super Daily Double starting up in 12. So it's the third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots coming up on Sunday afternoon, December 18th. It's a special 2 p.m. Post time, and donation boxes have been set up already at the Woodbine Mohawk Park Paddock and Race Office. They're also at the Wilson's Tack Warehouse in London, plus the Wilson's Tack Shop at the racetrack here in London. Also in play, Emma Christoforou and Joanne Colville are available for donations. E-transfers can be sent to Kelly McNiven at McNiven K2, and that is at gmail.com. Lots of folks used that e-transfer idea last season, worked out well, and of course all e-transfers go to purchasing brand new toys for those around the Christmas season. Don't forget, those making a donation to get a ballot. Each and every time there is a donation, a chance to win gift cards presented or donated by Scott McNiven Stables as well as Twin Brook Farms. So yeah, the Drivers Holiday Challenge. A great mix of drivers as well. Our own Tyler Bohr, Scott Ray will be along with Travis Henry, Brett McDonald, and Colin Kelly. OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship winner Natasha Day, part of the mix. And in from Woodbine Mohawk Park, Scott Young and James MacDonald. It's the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots on Sunday, December 18th. A neat event this week. It's the National Driving Championship being held at Century Mile. That's on Thursday, and it'll be part of our simulcast menu in the early going that evening. Of course, a later post time being out west begins at 8:15. We'll bring you some of the action on our simulcast. That is Thursday evening, the National Driving Championship taking place at Century Mile. I guess we can add to that. Coming up on Saturday evening, it's expected Bulldog Hanover will make his final career start at the Meadowlands, the TVG Open Pace Final. And of course, part of our simulcast menu this weekend is the action from the Meadowlands. Saturday evening, Bulldog Hanover, final career start expected at the Big M. We'll have it for you on our simulcast Saturday night. There we go. Starters on parade for race number 4. Group of Pacers, $15,000 claiming tags. Non-winners, $10,000 life. Number 1, Fooling Yourself. Colin Kelly on board for owner Russ Gurley, the trainer Derek Anderson. Ink Slinger, post 2, Garrett Rooney for Don and Heather McGregor. Peter Core on the ownership line as well with Peter training. James Hasty, Ruth Moore on the ownership line of 3. Prince was a trotter with Ruth training. Dan Clements on. Karlamov is 4. Travis Henry stays on for Blue Shoe Investments. Trainer is Jordan Sumner. Dan Mead owning. It's Dan Mills training. 5. Silver Sandy, Tyler Borth. Salzburg Boomer, 6. Paul McKenzie stays on for Rebecca Williamson and Lori LePage. Lori trains. John Kennedy, the owner-trainer of 7. Bryant Sealster, Tyler Moore. And then there's 8. Lifeguard for Leanne Davidson, Bruce Hayes, Daryl Laver training, Natasha Day on board. This one switching to the blind bridle. That is your field for race number 4. The Exactor, Tri, Super, and Daily Double kicks off right here. Alrighty, so the 4th race, we're looking at number 5, a Silver Sandy. Right now, a 6-1 value player, and right now, a top selection for Robert Reed Jr., who just keeps on going right along with his Pick 5 ticket idea we had shown on our broadcast. And how's it look for the last couple of legs on your end, Robert?
Well, I mean, it's always going to be a sweat, right?
Right.
I mean, it's never easy, Sugar. We got 3 horses here, the 4, 5, and 6.
Right.
Silver Sandy, the 5 is my top selection. You know what? I thought last time he raced a lot better than the line shows because he tried to leave. He ended up, kind of just getting away 4th, and then, kind of got caught on the inside before, having some pace, and only got beat just over a length, right, to He's Touring, and that one won a big mile on that occasion. And just think that Silver Sandy, the effort in Leamington before that was a real good one. And I just thought, follow-up effort here at the Raceway, we're going to probably, see an improvement, maybe a little more aggressive steer, hopefully. 7-1's a big price. I mean, I was not expecting that in Silver Sandy.
Right on. Decent price right now with leading driver Tyler Borth in the sulky. Steady as we go. Did not disappoint, eh? I right before the race I thought, well, maybe she races from behind. There was no shot of that, though. She was the only one with any real amount of early speed and pretty much a training mile for that filly tonight, hey?
It was, and I thought it might be. And the minute she left the gate, Sugar, I knew it was race over.
Yeah.
Because the one that we thought might be the challenger didn't have much off the gate, got away way back.
Yeah.
Never really had much to offer at any point. And it was just one of those races where, okay, this was going to go out there and crush them again, and she did.
Yeah.
And, I think she's bound for better things, obviously, right? We think she might be pretty good, and
yeah,
the connections feel the same way about her.
Well, she's a half-sister to one that's well known around these parts, Doc's Philly Cheese, right? So I think some good things are ahead for that filly, steady as we go. Here's a look at 6, Salzburg Boomer. You caught this one last time and thought not a whole lot of room to race.
No, not till very late, and not till the race was already probably lost anyways, right? So got beat by 3/4 of a length. Again, the line looks like 2-hole trip. Well, it didn't have much pace in the stretch. I don't think he had much room until right before the wire, and 55 cents to the dollar that time around. Now you're getting 5-2. One of these horses that you see a big opportunity to take back the value on, and one that's low to early speed, right? We've seen this horse, blast to the front from this same post. Might see that tonight. And the price now shortening up at 2-1. But I think a major player in here, and one that you got to have at worst, in your exacta and trifecta wagers.
Right on. We're going a little over a minute for wagers here, and opening up as a favorite, but now drifting up to 6-1 is this 4-horse Kardamov, and we both like the way this horse turned things around last time out to try to wire them up at a big price, and Kardamov definitely one to be looking for to be situated up near the lead again.
Yeah, one that looked really sharp last time, right? So kind of scoring down before the race. Looks like he's kind of feeling full of himself again tonight. Love the fact that, had a clear lead for much of the race. I mean, came home in 32 seconds, but I still like it when a horse does that and then comes right back. And I'm hoping the tactics are similar, get forwardly placed and see if maybe he can go a little further this time or get covered up and have some more pace in the stretch. I thought that he'd be around 3-1 or 4-1. He's a little bit higher right now at 6-1 after taking that early support. I think he's one you've got to take notice of in here because he's on the improve, right? Maybe tonight's not the night that he wins, but I don't think a victory's too far away for him.
Final thoughts. Number 1, Fooling Yourself. This one had a couple of starts in the pop-up at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, before that, it wasn't showing much,
right?
And I think the 5-2 is just way too short of a price.
Okay.
I mean, taking support throughout the betting.
Yeah.
I looked at him as like maybe a pick up a share type in here. The rail's going to help Colin Kelly as well. Oh, I think the price even at 5-2 is too short for my liking.
Too low price. Number 1, Fooling Yourself, says Robert Reed Jr. as the gate starts to move here. The live money in play for both the pick 4, pick 5 would not have changed that much with that heavy fave winning the third. So here we go on to race number 4 with Fooling Yourself, Ink Slinger, Prince Was a Trotter, then Kardamov, Silver Sandy, Salzbrook Boomer, Bryant Sealster for 7 on gate, 1 late. It's Lifeguard, 1/8 of a mile from the start. 4th race, Pacers picking up speed. Here they come. They're off and in the center. Kardamov, as expected, with the gate speed again this week. Kardamov out for the lead. Fooling Yourself along the inside has gotten away second. Traveling third, Ink Slinger. Ink Slinger is going to be up close tonight. Going on to grab control was Kardamov, already peeking from the pocket, though. Fooling Yourself, trying for the retake here as they sprint on down the backstretch. Likely going to be your bullet quarter thus far tonight. Little steppy on that front end was Kardamov. That was Fooling Yourself going around 28-1. Quarter mile speed now for a 6-5 fave in Fooling Yourself. It's Kardamov for the pocket trip. Racing at a third, it's Ink Slinger. And right on the bit in 4th, that is Lifeguard. Lifeguard likely to make a move here for Day. She's having a hard time wrangling that one in. A move to the outside of 5th for Salzbrook Boomer. Salzbrook Boomer did get underway and will be first up here. Day stayed in. A second over toe up now. There goes Silver Sandy. Then Prince Was a Trotter and a gapped off trailer, and Bryant Sealster 58-2. Halftime speed. Fooling Yourself on top by a length and a half. Second best travels Kardamov out there in third. Salzbrook Boomer is on the urging now. 4th and in for Ink Slinger. 5th and wide, though not gaining. Silver Sandy up and by 3/4 they travel. Fooling Yourself. Salzbrook Boomer and a move to the outside at a 4th. Ink Slinger looking dangerous for Rooney. A 4th and in for Kardamov, and still between Pacers in 5th. That was Silver Sandy. Then Lifeguard. Prince Was a Trotter and Brian Sealster. They get ready to make the swing. And it's Fooling Yourself. And it's Salzbrook Boomer. And here comes Ink Slinger. Kardamov could use some room. To the finish they come. It's a 3 across finish. And it's going to go to Ink Slinger. Maybe Rooney's come back for 3 in a row in London. Ink Slinger reaching up against Fooling Yourself. Finishing third was Salzbrook Boomer. Then it appeared to be Kardamov to round out the superfecta. 159-3. It looked like Ink Slinger. This one got very close. Maybe it was too close to call, but I took a shot in saying number 2 Ink Slinger over the 1 Fooling Yourself. Garrett Rooney for the driving triple takes the win photo here. Ink Slinger on top, 2-1, 6-4 unofficial. Garrett Rooney is back for his third driving win on the night. We've only raced 4, and he's won 3 of them. Ink Slinger, value player here at 5-1. 3-year-old son of Sports Writer out of Cards That Count by Cam's Card Shark for Don and Heather McGregor. Don and Heather McGregor, that is, along with Peter Core, with Peter training. Garrett Rooney on board for this victory in 159-3. Second career victory for Ink Slinger. The perfect steer, Garrett Rooney on board. Congratulations to the connections, as well as winning caretaker Dylan Jackson. Ink Slinger returning $12. Exactor $29.90. Dollar Try $46.45. The Super for a buck $169.20. Fooling Yourself was second best. Ink Slinger, the winner. Prince was a trotter 8. Karlamov was 4th. Silver Sandy finished 6th, then Salzburg Boomer 3rd, Brian Sealster 5th, Lifeguard 7, 28-1, 58-2, 128-2. The mile was 159-3. Ink Slinger for a Rooney triple, and he's not done yet. From the top, 218, 463, 57. Fifth race up and coming to round out the early pick 5, to round out the early pick 4, and more. Pacers, no significant changes here for an exactor try, and early super high 5 opportunity, 10 minutes to think about it. There's the win photo from race number 4, Ink Slinger by a nose over race favorite Fooling Yourself. Ink Slinger, second career victory. Garrett Roney has the hot hands thus far tonight. That is 3 driving victories from only 4 races. And maybe a few more shots for Garrett in the sulky tonight. 6 minutes away from the upcoming 5th race, Super High Five Opportunity. The Raceway always features the non-jackpot Super High Five play. The pool will be paying out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers, minus a low take. It's one of those go-to wagers. Even money currently on number 1, Belichick, coming back following a pair of victories up around Flamborough. Before that, had 2 victories in a row here in London. Brett McDonald on for trainer Richard Morrow, number 1, Belichick. Heavy favorite to complete the multi-leg wagers, the double, the pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, on to race number 5. Opens up at even money. And there is your pick 5 will pays 20-cent returns. Anywhere from 78.77 for a 20-cent play on number 1 Belichick, all the way up to $18,000 plus should the 4 I'm Too Sexy happen to show up this evening. Best of luck with any and all live plays into race number 5 here. Again, the early Super High Five opportunity is next. getting set for a post parade here of a race number 5. The early high five. You can see them vacating the paddock. They'll be post parading here shortly. Shout out to Ontario's newest driver, arriving from Prince Edward Island recently, Damien McClellan. He'll be on board number 2, Don't Doubt the Lakers, here in London on Friday night in race number 8. The draw was done for Friday evening's card today. And again, Damien McClellan, Ontario's newest driver, is shipped up from the Maritimes and will be aboard Don't Doubt the Lakers, race number 8 for trainer Stuart McQueen here on Friday night. So we'll look forward to that. We'll look forward to the post parade, the upcoming 5th race. Super High Five is next. Here come your race 5 Pacers on parade. Number 1, Belichick has come back for Norman Soleil. It's a Richard Morrow training. Brett McDonald in the driver's seat, 1-5. Number 2, Adrenaline Rush. Tyler Borth for the stable Adrenaline Rush Group. Debbie O'Brien Moran trains. Blue Shoe Investments owning Jordan Sumner training. Number 3, Warwick Seed. Travis Henry. More to come here. Number 4, I'm Too Sexy, a longest shot to complete the pick 5 play, owned and trained by Bill Leon, Ryan DeRoche. And then the 5 is Shadow Warrior. It's owned by Chris Kane and Keith Cullen, with Keith training Scott Ray in the sulky. Number 6, it'll be Sir A with Carol Voyer, owning training and driving, sharing ownership with Bruce Tremblay. Slick and Sporty, post 7, Dave and Nathan Bain sharing ownership with Dave training. Colin Kelly stays on to drive. And the trailing spot for 8, One Man Army, the Free-Legged Pacers, owned, trained, and driven by Paul McKenzie. Another huge price to complete the pick 5. I believe it's up in the $6,000 or $8,000 range on a 20-cent wager. Getting a look at a heavy favorite now in number 1, Belichick, a heavy favorite in wagering, and a heavy favorite to complete the pick 5. $77 on a 20-cent play, the return for number 1, Belichick. How does that fare in your mind, Robert Reed Jr.?
I think it's a real nice payout, to be perfectly honest,
Okay.
because the sequence was somewhat logical. I mean, there was a real heavy single so far. Other horses were all usable, and Belichick now is one that's going to go off as a hefty favorite again. So I'm okay with that payout. I mean, if you get that one beat, they're all paying boxcars really after that.
Yeah, I'm looking at one right now. I mean, this 7, Slick and Sporty, winner last time out, 58-1. I mean, Colin Kelly's out there having a wrestling match with that one right now. But we can go back and talk about Belichick. You mentioned earlier, not a whole lot of gate speed in this one.
No, not really at all, right? One that kind of has to just kind of get away, and then you can do it first up, you can do it off a helmet. I mean, he's versatile. A high percentage winner, right? 8 for 31 in this season.
Yeah.
Has hit the board 15 times. Really, kind of finding his best form under Richard Moreau, as many horses do. But I mean, you also got a horse that I don't think is going to have the lead in the first turn,
right?
And might have some work to do in the late stages. But I mean, sometimes the rail can create speed. It didn't last time for him at Flamborough. He's going to go off as odds on. And I mean, I think the only way he gets beat is if, he's just somehow too far out of it or has too much work to do. But I think no matter what, he's going to be hard to hold off.
I've been watching Flamborough lately, Robert. That rail, not where you want to be, really.
No, not at all. And it's interesting, right? Because growing up, you always see a half and you want the inside, and on many half-mile services you do. But I talk to a lot of drivers, and they say sometimes it's tough there and some other places when you have the rail and a horse that has even just some gate speed.
Right.
you rush into that first turn, they're all crashing down on top of you,
Yeah.
and it actually kind of becomes a much worse spot than maybe the 2, 3, and 4 paths. So,
Yeah, I've just been
interesting.
I've just been picking up on it lately. From the view where the gate is leaving, and the one just doesn't seem to be on the gate all that much. I don't know if it's the staggered start on the wings of the gate, but it's just I don't know. The rails just doesn't seem to be the greatest spot to leave. There at Flamborough Downs. As we go inside 2 minutes, 2 minutes to post time. Number 2, Adrenaline Rush. I had this pegged as a player. Todd Borth, leading driver, one for the stable group here out of Guelph. A sharp winner, 3 back over Flamborough. Another one, though, with not a whole lot of gate speed.
He doesn't. I mean, he's shown it in the past. I mean, in a few spots here and
Okay.
there. A horse that, to me, hasn't done anything wrong as of late. I mean, he doesn't have, the recent efforts that Belichick does,
Sure.
but he does have, 3 victories in his last 7 starts. So, I mean, he's a horse that you've got to give some respect to in here. And I think that on the win ticket right now, he's certainly an overlay at 7-1. I mean, he should get away better than Belichick off the gate, and is one, like I said, if you go further down his line, Sugar, you'll see a lot of races where he gets away first, second, or third.
Yeah,
It's just
okay.
kind of, with recent efforts, he hasn't been able to get off the gate so quick. But he's a big player in here, I think.
Good to know. I know you mentioned earlier in the card, Belichick maybe racing himself out of this condition. Nice earnings for the season. $53,000 for a $15,000 claimer. Not too shabby.
No, it's not bad at all. What a horse to own, right? I know he's
Yeah.
changed hands a couple times.
Yeah.
But when you're in the claiming game, I mean, that's a pretty good season total in earnings for Belichick, and he's probably going to add to it, right? But
Yeah.
how about the hot hand, right? We talked about it.
Oh.
Jason Ryan carries over to
Yeah.
the night in the first, and now Garrett Rooney
Oh, incredible.
says, I'm just going to put all the pick 5 players on my back tonight.
Yeah.
So anyone that rode the wave with Garrett
Oh.
right now is set up nicely here in the finale.
Incredible. And draw just done today. And who's it going to be Friday night, right?
Exactly.
Here we go. The starter has called for the horses. Heavy fave, number 1, Belichick here at 2-5. There is some action as well for the 2, Adrenaline Rush, 3, Warwick Seed, and the 8, One Man Army, who's a huge price to end this early pick 5. In behind, Belichick, Adrenaline Rush, Warwick Seed, onto Sexy, Shadow Warrior, then Sir A, Slick and Sporty, One Man Army, back tiers it, top of the stretch. A group of $15,000 condition claimers. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, Warwick Exceed, that is, had the early speed along the inside. Adrenaline Rush trying to get up close, though Surrey is crossing on over here for Voyer and has found a big 2-hole to drop into. It's going to be Warwick Exceed, the pace setter here at 8-1, pocketing up. Long shot Surrey released here at 24-1. Will get the perfect journey here. All alone traveling third, Adrenaline Rush. Fourth best away, Shadow Warrior. Then in fifth, Slick and Sporty. A slow beginning for Belichick. Belichick did not offer any gate speed whatsoever, and he's already 10 lengths behind in sixth. 27-4. Bullet opening quarter mile speed, courtesy of Warwick Seed and Travis Henry right there. Second, long shot Surrey. It's Adrenaline Rush watching from third. He commits to go first up for Borth. That's going to be cover, possibly for Slick and Sporty if he can catch it. Shadow Warrior is along the inside, though, in fourth. Back to the pylons in fifth went Slick and Sporty. That's going to leave Belichick uncovered and moving on up. Then it's back to One Man Army and a big gap back to I'm Too Sexy. 57-2, the halftime speed. Warwick Seed trying to bottom out this field. Warwick Seed on top by 2. Second best, at least trying to be, Adrenaline Rush against Surrey. 3 deep on the outside. The closer, Belichick. And Brett McDonald has that one motivated in the late going after 3/4. Hit me. 1:25-4. This is Warwick Seed on top. Adrenaline Rush keeps on coming, and so too does Belichick. 3 across for the drive home. Warwick Seed all in between Pacers, Adrenaline Rush, and Belichick. Warwick Seed bottoms out the field here in the fifth. Second best, Adrenaline Rush. Then came Belichick and Surrey, 155-4. It's the three. Warwick Seed on top here at 8-1. Over 2, Adrenaline Rush. Then came the 1, Belichick, and 6, Surrey. 3, 2, 1, and 6 unofficial. Fifth place in the high five, number 5, Shadow Warrior. That makes it 3, 2, 1, 6, 5 for the high five winning combination. Returning for a winner's circle photo, Warwick Seed. 3-year-old son of sports writer out of Warwick, going by Estrellas. For Blue Shoe Investments of Ohio, Jordan Sumner. Winning trainer, winning driver, Travis Henry. Warwick Seed, a very sharp winner going all the way this evening in 155-4. Congratulations. $19 even on that win ticket for Warwick Seed. Exacta came back at $100.50. A dollar try, $125.25. The high five, 20 center, $369 and change. The double on to the fifth, $86.30. Pick 3, 20 center, $17.18. A dollar pick 4, $362 even. And the pick 5, 20-cent return, $557.79. Belichick was third. Adrenaline Rush, second. Warwick Seed was a winner. I'm Too Sexy, 8. Shadow Warrior, fifth. Sir A was 4. Slick and Sporty, 7. One Man Army was 6. 27-4. 57-2. 125-4. And a mile of 155-4. It was Warwick Seed going all the way from the top. 3, 2, 1. 8, 5, 4, 7, 6. Race 6, up and coming, blinkers for 2, Charlotte K. Field of 6 on the trot for the upcoming Exactor Tri Superfecta, 5 minutes out. On Post Parade, a group of trotters here for race number 6. Exactor Tri Super. Blinkers go on to number 1. Eyes of Justice. Dan Clements on board for Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, and Don McClellan. Stu does the training. Lasix added tonight for number 1. Eyes of Justice. Number 2, Charlotte Kay, Colin Kelly on board for Nutriglow Canada. Mitch Tierney training. Again, the blinkers go on to. And get to the point, number 3. It's owned by Blue Shoe Investments, trained by Jordan Sumner. Travis Henry trying to come right back here for the connections. Rick Ryer, Becky Geisel share the ownership on 4. My Mini Miracle with Becky training. Natasha Day on the lines. A numbered Ontario Inc. along with Jody McClure share the ownership on 5. Larry's Girl, Jason Ryan, trains and drives. And then the outside chance for number 6, Delaware, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Pam Forgy. Garrett Rooney. So far, he's 3 for 3 tonight. Tries to grand slam here with 6, Delaware. Those are your 6 trotters then for race 6. Wide open here on the Exactor Tri Super. Getting a look here at number 1, Eyes of Justice. Lasix added this evening for this Son of Justice Hall. Tried to wire them up over London last time around. Just a little short on the end. And top selection for yourself, Robert Reed Jr. And we go back to the pick 5 payout. Over $500 return on a 20-cent wager. So with a pool of well over $60,000, there were many winning players on the pick 5. It's what we'd like to see for a nice price.
Oh yeah, it wasn't like it was a small number either.
Right.
You know, Sugar, it paid really well, all things considered. You know, Belichick was that hefty favorite. Really, the way the race panned out, thought he was going to go out there and win with ease.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't work out that way, and the front end speed held for War We Exceed. You know, back in the barn of Jordan Sumner. And, you know, anyone who had that ticket, I mean, walks away with a real nice payout.
Belichick was making a big move for that third quarter, but the front end was still going strong. It was 28 and change, I believe, through that third frame. Just a little bit slower on that last quarter, but by then Belichick, he'd gone all in with that big move through the third quarter.
Yeah, he did. I thought Sir A might be, you know, kind of, you know, stalking in that pocket
Right.
with a chance and kind of tired late because, you know, we saw that one kind of jump up out of nowhere and win a few starts back anyways,
True.
right?
Yeah.
So, again, I mean, Warwick Exceed getting the job done at a nice price on the board, but that pick 5 payout, I mean, it just shows when there's a carryover, you got to play it. I mean, obviously, we didn't have any luck tonight, but congrats to those who did.
Eyes of Justice, then I mentioned briefly, did add Lasix for this. You're expecting more from the 1?
I am. I love this one last time, if you remember, and I thought he looked fantastic throughout
Right.
the mile, and then he got a little bit, you know, looked like he got tired late. I mean, with the addition of Lasix, you know, might think that maybe, you know, that's, you know, the reason why he stopped in the late stages, and it might remedy that for him tonight. I mean, he was 7-5 favorite. Now winners of 1,500 last 5. Now he goes to the condition claiming ranks, and I think he fits really well against this group. Second start for these connections, and one that's, you know, probably likely going to go right down the road again, or at least try to, or maybe get covered up in the pocket. But either way, Eyes of Justice to me is a big overlay right now at 7-2.
And he can get around London. We watched him score down. We watched him cut the mile last time out. He should have no trouble taking command again in this one. Second choice, we did have number 3 get to the point on here, but let's take a look at 5, Larry's Girl now. Number 5, Larry's Girl. I believe I had this one pegged as a winner. You've got this one for second. Larry's Girl, Jason Ryan. Already in the winner's circle tonight after the big night last night. Likely to be pointing this one towards the front end. She does her best work there.
Yeah, she does. And she added trotting hobbles last time.
Right.
Went to the lead, made every call a winning one, and really has been a nice trotter, right? I mean, she's won 10 of 24 this season, hit the board in 15 of those efforts, and one that even last year showed some promise. So I think that, you know, she looks good right now. She's kind of, you know, a little bit hot on the track, though, and not one that's, you know, that doesn't make breaks. I mean,
Right.
she's made a couple breaks at the start, so I wouldn't be jumping in at 6-5 without having a keen eye on her in the early going. Anyways, as the gate.
Right. Interesting you mentioned that. Now, I've seen Larry's Girl following the post braid and prior to going to the gate, and you're right. She looked a little bit hot there. You know, the strides were quick, and you know, just something about her might be playing into the fact that she could be a little hot here.
Yeah, you know, and one that, like I said, you know, I think she's got a big chance in here.
Yep.
Will likely be trying to go forward off the gate, but at the same time, at 6-5, I'd be watching the start
Right.
and keeping an eye on her.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we talk about value.
Yeah.
And I think she can go out there and certainly repeat, but Eyes of Justice at 5-2 versus even money, that's the value right now. I have it down to those two.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that the value is over there. And even one that gets to the point, I mean, gets to the point, two back, you know, crushed, you know, probably slightly easier than this group.
Mm-hmm.
But should, you know, you saw Jordan Sumner get a victory,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they come right back, right? Same connections come right back to win in this spot, a 7-2.
It could happen. There's gate speed as well for this one. It's kind of turning into a wide open affair, really. Number 3, Get to the Point, looking very, very good going to the starting gate here. And right now the price is right at 7-2. There is still time. Your final call for wagering here on race number 6. Race 7 following this. It's the start of a late pick 5 in London. Gates moving for race 6. Here we go. Field of 6 on the trot. Eyes of Justice, Dan Clements, Charlotte Kay, Colin Kelly, Get to the Point, Travis Henry, My Mini Miracle, Natasha Day, Larry's Girl, Jason Ryan, Delaware, Garrett Rooney into the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Larry's Girl to take them on out of there towards the inside. Eyes of Justice. And up between trotters was Get to the Point. Through the opening turn they travel. Eyes of Justice gets the marching orders again this week for Clements. Is on top by 2. And racing from second. Get to the Point. Get to the Point. Peeked briefly from the pocket. Thought better of it. Will stay in for the 2-hole ride. It's Larry's Girl trotting third. 4th best away for Charlotte Kay. All alone in 5th. My Mini Miracle. Delaware can see them all. 29-3 was the opening quarter-mile speed. Eyes of Justice looking very comfortable here. Get to the Point with the toe-long trip. Closed up as a 6-5 choice here. Trotting third, Larry's Girl, Charlotte Kay gets a peek to the outside and 4th. That forcing the hand of the mare, Larry's Girl, to travel first up for Jason Ryan. It's a lap to go for Eyes of Justice. Leading by a full length. Right on the wheel now. Larry's Girl with the challenge. Third and in. And Get to the Point. Racing out of 4th. Charlotte Kay still 5th and looking outside. My Mini Miracle and trailing Delaware. Minute 2/5. Halftime. 30-4 through that second frame. And Eyes of Justice was still something left here. Bravening up in second. Get to the Point. Still out there driving third. A Larry's Girl and a buried 4th for Charlotte Kay. The back markers. My Mini Miracle and Delaware. They get over to 3/4. 129-4. Eyes of Justice. Right on the Clements helmet in second is Get to the Point. It's a 2-horse breakaway as they swing for home. On the inside, Eyes of Justice. Here comes the Pocket Rocket. Get to the Point. Get to the Point is going to the lead and Get to the Point. Here's Henry coming right back for Sumner. Get to the Point wins over Eyes of Justice. Then came My Mini Miracle and Delaware. 159-4. Unofficial winner number 3, Get to the Point here over 1, Eyes of Justice. Then the long shots, number 4, My Mini Miracle, and 6, Delaware. 3, 1, 4, and 6 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle. Number 3, get to the point, get to the point. 4-year-old Brown Gelding by Muscle Mass at a point of inquiry by Dewey Cheatham and Howe for Blue Shoe Investments of Ohio, Jordan Sumner Training. And Travis Henry on for the victory. It's back-to-back winners for the Connections tonight in London. Get to the point. Pocket rides to victory in 1:59.4. Congratulations. It's official. Get to the point. 440 exactor 1280 dollar try 2465 super for a buck 122.35. Eyes of Justice second. Charlotte K 6. Get to the point. Won it. My Mini Miracle third. Larry's Girl fifth. Delaware fourth. 29-3. A minute 2 fifths. 129-4 and I'm out of 159-4. Get to the point. From the top, a 2-6-1-3-5-4. Race 7 up and coming. We go back on the pace. Pacers for race 7. No changes there for the exactor try super. The start of Elite Pick 5. Another $5,000 a guaranteed pool to chase after. Low take 8 minutes away.
5, and then came right back to win on Get to the Point in race number 6. Now it's time for the late pick 5, starting right here in race number 7. Guaranteed pool $5,000. Let's see the tickets that Sugar and I have suggested for you tonight. And you know what? I thought this sequence was a very tricky one. I really did. I thought there was some real potential for some big payouts in this sequence. And Sugar's going to start it off with a couple of singles. So I admire that he's going to walk the tightrope early in this one, singling up on the 8, Maximus Power, here in race 7. And then in race 8, going to single on the 1, State of Treasure. I like both those horses, but I am going to use some others in there. And then I'm actually going to single in race 9, a horse that he loved last time, JJ Powerball. He's got that one on his ticket. He's using the inside 4 horses as well, the 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I do think those are the main dangers to JJ Powerball. I just thought Trailing Post this time, maybe he gets away a little closer. Last time had some traffic to work with and just couldn't get there, finishing 3rd in a race that was dominated by the early speedsters. Race number 10, 5 deep with the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those are the ones that I do like in there. I'm going to narrow it down, though, just to the 3, 4, and 5. And then the money leg, race 11, the 1, 2, and 4. We almost see that one exactly the same. And I think we're both fond of the 2, Easton Beach, in that spot. Looks like he's got to a race that he might be able to get back to the win column in. My ticket, again, I'm going to spend more than I usually do, no question about it. I the carryover in the early one, I spent significantly less. I thought this was a tough sequence. 1, 2, and 8 for me here in the opening leg. I like the 2, Mercenary. I'm hoping that maybe he finds his best form from that inside post. 1, 2, 3, and 7 in race 8. I do like the 1, State of Treasure, but I was intrigued by the 2, Shaking My Peaches, and I think Doc's Paparazzi should be good. And Sunseeker gets down to the condition claiming ranks. I think he's going to like that. Race 9, I'm all in on the 9, the 8, JJ Powerball, Trailing Post this time. I was concerned last time with his lack of gate speed. Maybe I'll end up concerned about that again when I'm watching the race, but I do think that he has a chance to maybe get away better and hopefully make his move sooner without that traffic trouble that he had last time. In race 10, the 3, 4, and 5, I'm very fond of the 3, Dusty Lane Thunder, and the 4, Petro Angel. I think Missy's Magic Man's one you want to have too, with Jason Ryan driving and training. And race 11, I'm going to use the 1 and 2, but I'm adding the 5, Harper's Hat Trick, even though he's been off significant time, whereas Sugar's adding the 4, Chappie's Boy. But my ticket, a little more expensive than I usually do. $21.60 for a 20-cent ticket. I got some spreads there, hoping for some value, and I don't think our single is going to get bet off the board. I think that lack of speed and disappointing last time might help boost his price in there, but that's how I see it. That's how we see it. You got 1 minute to map out your winning wagers, so the horse will be moving out onto the track for race 7. Again, it's the start of the late pick 5, guaranteed pool $5,000. We'll come back after the post for a take closer look at this upcoming dash.
Here we go. Starters on parade for race 7, this opening leg of a late pick 5 in London. Horses and geldings, non-winners, 1,500 in their last 3. Number 1, Modern Rider, Colin Kelly on board for Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. Jason trains. Mercenary at a post 2 for trainer driver George Ketros. This one owned by Mary Ketros. Up a Creek Racing owning John Kennedy training number 3, Mortgage My Villa, Tottermore. Then it's the 4, it's Ed's Idea, Ryan DeRoche on board for the owner trainer Annie Leon, surprisingly 7-5 here. Daliator 5, Greg Dustin trains and drives for Geis Vierstieg and Ted Melchers. Ace 44 Talon 6, Becky Geisel, owning and training Brett MacDonald on board. And then the outside chance for 7, Woodmere Roland Pop, Carol Voyer, the owner, trainer, and driver. And racing from the trailing spot, number 8, Maximus Power. This one for Kim McNiven, Doug Haywood, and Tom Broadhurst, Scott McNiven training. Lauren House goes back on board this evening. Maximus Power. Currently 3-1. 8-horse field on the pace. Exactor, Try, Super. Opening leg of our late pick 5. Getting a look at number 2, Mercenary. Now, Mercenary in here. Value player at 6-1. A top selection for Robert Reed Jr. Robert, tell me why.
Well, Mercenary is just a horse I think, it gets down to the spot that where he might be able to beat this group, right? He's a classy horse, 31, career victories, almost 200,000 made. Raced tougher last time from a tougher post and now gets inside and at some point he's going to, get to the right group and try to wire them like he did September 24th in Sarnia, went all the way in the lead on that occasion. So I just think that, he's one that you've got to think sort of wake up at some point. Why not tonight, especially at a nice price of 5-1?
He's a great-looking son of some beach somewhere. 9 years now. I was looking for him a couple of starts back where he finished 3rd to Little Manny and Phone In. The trip just didn't work out for him that occasion, but you know what? Any kind of back class in here that he could show would certainly put him near the winner's circle in here. One for me that I like is number 8, Maximus Power. My key play to start up the pick 5. My multi-leg ticket ideas tonight have been very poor thus far. I'm hoping my keys can show up here in the first and second leg of the late pick 5. I'm taking some shots, right? So trying to turn things around here, and I apologize to anyone who has followed along with my ticket ideas thus far this evening for the multi-legs anyway. Again, we're hoping to turn things around here. I just love the chances for number 8, Maximus Power, Lauren House.
And I like what you've done in this sequence, Sugar, because I do think it's a very tough one.
Right.
I thought that the late one looked a lot tougher than the early one. We saw what the early one paid.
Yeah.
And you start off with a pair of singles. So you're giving yourself a shot, right?
Right.
Because most people just try to survive, get to the last leg like many did on Belichick. It doesn't work out, huge payout. You're giving yourself coverage in the late leg. So if you get Maximus Power down, and then, of course, you get State of Treasure down, then you're sitting pretty, right? And I don't think those horses are going to be, bet down significantly in the late pick 5 sequence. So I like Maximus Power here, trailing post to work from a horse that always does his best work when he gets forwardly placed.
Yep.
And tonight, I think that the inside 2 should be pushing away, right? You'd hope, and that might put him in a nice spot. 3-1's about the right price, and I looked at this race like those are the 3 I wanted to be involved in, right? The 1, 2, and 8, and if the 8 gets the right trip, I do agree. He should be the best here. This is the right spot for him. Trailing post always scares me a little bit, though.
Yeah, the trailing spot has not been kind to a few horses, well, many horses over the last few weeks here in London as we go just over a minute. Opening up as a favorite in here and still taking 5-2 action A surprise to me in the early going, still a surprise for me, is to see 4 It's Ed's Idea at 5-2.
Yeah, it was very shocking to me as well. I actually saw a horse at 8-5 a few moments ago and said, "Who is that?" Like
Right.
I had to look back at the program again, and usually I have a pretty good idea of different horses in races, and I thought he should be around 7 or 8 to 1 in here. That's where
Yeah.
I had him at, anyways, and I thought he was okay last time. Obviously, in a tougher class. I think that he's got to go against some pretty decent horses, though, that are dropping down to this level as well. It's not like he's dropping down to a race where everyone's been toiling at this, in this class. He's got to face some other droppers, and I think 2-1's just too short. But there's been a few horses tonight that kind of race to their odds, right? That we were surprised by.
Yeah.
And this might be another one. I mean, who knows? I think he's an overbet, but I mean, we've seen other ones kind of raise their game when they're taking support tonight.
Rail Starter, Modern Rider, 5-2. Final thoughts.
I like this horse. I know that it's been a while since he's found the winner's circle, but he still had a good season. And again, he gets down in class, gets the rail to work from. I hope he's leaving tonight. It looks pretty sharp right now going to the gate. I mean, he's got his ears up and bow in his neck. 5-2, I think, is a fair number, and I'm just hoping he blasts off the wings of the gate from the pole position.
Right on. Here we go. The starting gate in position to move here in race 7. It's a 9-5 fave status on number 8, Maximus Power. Maybe this is the spot for this one to get off the schneid. Winless thus far in 2022. Modern Rider on the inside, then Mercenary, Mortgage My Villa, It's Ed's Idea, Dalliator, Ace 44 Talon, Woodmere Roland Pop, and trailing out Maximus Power. Co-favorites here. Pretty much the 1, 4, and 8 have taken the action all along. Here they come. They're off, and like a robot, It's Ed's Idea. He's on top quickly and puts 3 lengths on them, leaving them the outside gate. Woodmere Roland Pop. Voyeur is looking at a big 2-hole. Is it there for him? It does not look like it. Closing it up was Ketros with Mercenary, and it's an opening quarter beatdown between It's Ed's Idea at 2-1 and Woodmere Roland Pop at 60-1. Here it is, 27-3 bullet speed, and it's Woodmere Roland Pop giving fits to a second choice here in the 4. It's Ed's Idea going to the top. Woodmere Roland Pop, and now maybe pot on position. Yes, it is second best. It's Ed's Idea spying up the speed from 3rd. Mercenary 4th and in for Modern Rider getting underway. Here comes Maximus Power. Then along the inside, Mortgage My Villa. Dalliator with 1 beaten. Ace 44 Talon trailing. The half was up at a nifty 56-4. And it's Woodmere Roland Pop, and back to the outside in second. It's Ed's Idea with 3/8 left to go. Woodmere Roland Pop drives on at 60-1 against It's Ed's Idea. Moving into 3rd, Modern Rider. Mercenary is 4th. 3 deep on the outside, and high line to go towards 3/4. Maximus Power. Maximus Power giving them the backside business here. 3/4 up in 126-3, and they have swarmed in on the earliest pace setter. Woodmere Roland Pop has spit the bit by 3/4 again. 126-3. Modern Rider, Maximus Power. Here comes Mortgage My Villa, and from way back, Ace 44 Talon into the stretch. Modern Rider, Maximus Power, Mortgage My Villa trying to come on through. Dalliator, the room just not there. Maximus Power, yes. Modern Rider was 2nd. Mortgage My Villa 3rd. 4th goes to Dalliator, and 157-4. Unofficial winner number 8, Maximus Power off the schneid here. House for McNiven. Second best was Modern Rider. Third goes to 3. Mortgage My Villa, the 5. Dalliator, fourth. 8, 1, 3, 5, unofficial. Here's a winning caretaker, Kim McNiven, meeting up with Maximus Power, 7-year-old son of Shanghai Phil, at a bashful way by Western Terror. Kim's a co-owner with Doug Haywood and Tom Broadhurst. Scott McNiven trained in Lauren House, driven to win. Maximus Power, 17th career win, his first of the season. Nice to see him pick up his first victory of 2022. From off the pace tonight, 157-4. Maximus Power at a juicy 3-1. It's official. Maximus Power, 880. Exactor, 25 even. Dollar try, 74.95. Super for $1, 300. 66.40. 20 center worth, 73.28. Modern Rider, second. Mercenary, 6. Mortgage My Villa, third. It's Ed's Idea, 7. Dalliator was 4. Ace 44 Talon, 5th. Woodmere Rollin' Pop, 8. Maximus Power won it. 27-3, 56-4, 126-3. The mile was 157-4. It was Maximus Power from the top. 2, 6, 3, 7, 4, 5, 8, and 1. Eighth up next, 8 minutes away. A best bet selection for Rod Adams Jr. of NahooPicks.com is the one state treasurer. Cassidy Schneider had a solid night last night around here at the Raceway at Western Fair, plus Woodbine Mohawk Park, sending out winners at both tracks. State of Treasure. Again, a best bet selection for Rod Adams Jr. of NahooPicks.com. Up and coming, leaving from the rail. Exactor try, Super the Pick 4, starting up in 8 minutes.
Maximus Power getting the job done in race number 7. Sugar starts off with a big single to kick off his late pick 5. We're going to move on now to the late pick 4, where he's going to need a single again in that pick 5 sequence. He's going to need the one State of Treasure. Let's see what he's got in store for us in the pick 4. Same thing. He's staying true to that pick 5 wager. He's singling up on the one State of Treasure here in the late pick 4, guaranteed at $5,000. And then we're going to see some big time spread. So he's hoping to get the favorite down here. 5 deep in the 9th race, the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. Race 10, the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And the money leg, the 1, 2, and 4. I love those inside 2 horses as well. He's going to throw in Chappie's Boy as an additional one there. And that ticket will cost you $15 for a 20-cent investment. Again, all singled up here on the 1 in the opening leg, which he really needs right now because this pick 5 is some good value, right? Starting off with the 3-to-1 shot. So he needs State of Treasure to keep his late pick 5 and his late pick 4 rolling. My late pick 4 ticket, I'm going to start off with the same ones I have in the pick 5. That's the 1, 2, 3, and 7. I do like the 1 State of Treasure. I thought he would get hammered down like he is right now to sub-even money. I thought the 2 Shaking My Peaches looked interesting in here, taking a lot of support right now at 3-to-1. Doc's Paparazzi's an overlay at 12-to-1. And the 7 Sunseeker, really a monstrous price for a horse coming into the condition claiming race after racing against Tougher in recent efforts. My single is in race 9, the 8 JJ Powerball. Thought last time there was traffic trouble and this horse doesn't have a lot of early speed. That's kind of the problem he gets himself into. Hoping tonight gets away maybe a little better from the trailing post, makes his move sooner, maybe gets some help as well. I just thought JJ Powerball really fits well with that group and can get the better of them. I'm going to finish it off 3 by 3, the 3, 4, and 5, and race number 10. Those are the trotters I think you want to be involved in the most. Dusty Lane Thunder is one I'm fond of. Petro Angel, nose back on the gate. I think that's very key for that mare. And then race 11, the 1, 2, and 5. I like At the Beach Hanover and Easton Beach as well, like Sugar does. I'm throwing in the 5 Harper's Hat Trick, even though he's not racing over a month. I think that on a fair playing field, if he's on a regular rotation, he might be tough to beat in there. Fits well with that group, but might be up against it in this spot. But 3 deep for me in there. Nevertheless, $7.20 for a 20-cent wager for my pick 4. Again, all gets started here in race number 8. You got 1 minute to map out your winning wagers for this sequence. We'll come back in just a couple moments to take a closer look at race number 8.
It's your live money in play for the late pick 5, 2,515 live and in play from the pool of 14,759. That's after a 3-to-1 shot in Maximus Power from post 8 starts things up. Post parade coming up here for race number 8, opening leg of our late pick 4. Here we go. Starters on parade. Race number 8. You're looking at a heavy favorite. Number 1, State of Treasure. Goes out for Colonel Schneider Jr., Cassidy Schneider training. Travis Henry trying for his driving triple tonight. Number 2, Shakin' My Peaches. Andy Moore on board for owner-trainer Burt Moore. Dr. Andrew Roberts owning Blair Burgess training number 3. Docs Paparazzi, Todd Aborth. Then the 4, Words Escape Me, Scott McDibbin, Tom Broadhurst, Don Douglas, Shirley Griffin, all sharing ownership with Scott training. Lauren House will try to come right back. James Edward Lewis, the owner. Jack Ray training 5. E.L. Wild Sport on the return. Scott Ray on board. Squadron Seals their 6. Colin Kelly gets the call for Lindsay Kerr, Dave Dighton, Derek Romano, and Robert Sims Jr. Lindsay does the training. Greg Merlot owning and training number 7, Sun Seeker. Brett McDonald back on. And then the 8, it's Beck Jr., Beck Jr. I've got to go back and get that replay from Northfield. Stuart McQueen now owning and training. It's the barn change for number 8, Dan Clements on board. It's 8 pacers then for race 8, Exactor Tri Super, and the start of our late pick 4. Okay, Robert, I'm going to let you roll here because you know what I'm doing. I'm heading back for a replay over Northfield on my HBI bet website here. You know what I got to do.
All right, no worries at all, Sugar. Yeah, I can take it from here while you do that. Race 8 upcoming. You look at the current pool right now for that late pick 4, guaranteed at $5,000, just under 4,000 wagered into it, and we're quickly approaching that guarantee. And there's a look at the 1, State of Treasure, a horse that's going to be difficult to beat in here, and a top selection for many of our handicappers, including myself, and of course, Sugar, because he's got this one singled up on his pick 5 ticket and his pick 4 ticket. And again, should be difficult to catch, has rail control, last time transitioned into the condition claiming ranks at this level, went to the lead after getting, after starting from post 2, and then ended up getting caught by Mr. John in the late stages, but turned in a solid effort to finish second in there. And before that was racing against the likes of Called In Sick and was a winner and non-winners of 20,000 Life on October 17th. So obviously a big-time player at this level, has already proven, he should be more than competitive against this group and is the one to beat in here. But for me, I didn't single this one because I thought we'd take a lot of support on the board and thought there was some others in here that looked intriguing, and one of which is the 2. And there's a look at the 2. Shakin' My Peaches, 8-1 on the morning line, bet down to 3-1 right now. Last 2 efforts at this level, trailing post. And we talk about how that can be a difficult spot sometimes to get away from. Was a long price in both those efforts, 48-1, 29-1. There he is scoring down right now for Andy Moore. Nose on the gate from post 2 tonight, and 7-2. So serious action coming in on Shakin' My Peaches. And again, one of those ones that knows back on gate, inside post to work from. I think you've got to give this horse serious consideration. Is it an overbet right now at 7-2? Probably. I mean, you're getting much bigger numbers than each of his last 2. But for me, I've got this one in the pick 4 starting off here, but also the pick 5. Thinking that Shakin' My Peach is a much bigger number in that pick 5 wager. Got sugar back now? Did you get the name?
I did. When a horse comes in that I haven't called before, especially with the spelling, it's either Beck Jr. or Beck Jr., right? Well, I want to be right. I want to be using what other announcers have used, and it's Beck Jr., number 8.
There you go.
Right on. It's what I got to do, right? I want to be right as many times as I can because I'm not right all the time, for sure.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, listen, it's one of those things where, correct us, and some owners, get upset, especially if it's one that they've had for a long time.
Oh,
I
for
remember
sure.
I used to butcher a few horses' names on the broadcast, and I actually had an owner reach out to me, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't take
Same.
offense to it.
Yeah.
I love when someone reaches out and says, no, this is the way you say it. Perfect. I'll get it right from now on.
The one that sticks out to me most, and it still comes back after all these years, I was in Edmonton, Alberta, calling at Northlands Park. There was a horse's name out there. I'll tell you what it read like, and I'll tell you how it was supposed to be pronounced. It read like Oster Hayes. But the ownership group, the breeders, they contacted me. You pronounce the name Oosterhase. It's German for Easter Bunny. So I had been calling the horse Oster Hayes, but yeah, it's Oosterhase, a German name for Easter Bunny. So, owners don't mind, breeders don't mind correcting us on the proper pronunciation. So we want to be right with Beck Jr. here in the 8th. Thanks, Robert. Top of the stretch for race number 8, we've got State of Treasure, Shaking My Peaches, Docs, Paparazzi, then Words Escape Me, EL Wild Sports, Squadron Seals, Sunseeker, Beck Jr. Recall, just like that. It's a recall. Number 1, State of Treasure at 3-5 was off stride, causing interference to our newcomer, number 8, Beck Jr. Windows are still open and selling. We're going to do it again. A State of Treasure still acting up behind the gate here again. He's 3-5. Now, I'm not sure if Robert's still with me, but if you are, Robert, you can come on back. Or I could talk up this 8th race still. Again, State Treasure actually took a drop now. He was 3-5, and now he's 2-5 after making a break behind the starting 8, causing some interference to the trailing horse, number 8, Beck Jr. here. The windows are still open and selling. It's 7-1 currently on number 2, Shaking My Peaches, who we were looking at. There is that one. State of Treasure made the break behind the gate, caused interference to the trailing horse. And then even behind the gate, he was acting up a bit as they went around that opening turn. So he's starting to drift up again. Again, he was 3-5, then 2-5, and now going up to 1-2. Be interesting to see if he will drift up even further after that miscue.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic too, right? You don't really see much on his paper. If you go way down his past performances, you do see a couple of gate breaks. Actually, early in his career, they were pretty frequent. But,
Okay.
I was not expecting that there from him. And again, if you're one of his backers right now, it's at 1-2. I mean, we would never really advise betting a horse to win at that price, Sugar, but
Right.
that's besides the point. I'd be watching him this time around just because sometimes, that they have a tendency of, just kind of getting something in their head, and a horse might not be able to come back now from that, right? We've seen it before.
There's going to be a whole lot of gate call wagering happening here, I believe, when they come around next time, right?
Yeah, for sure. Look at that pick 4 pool ballooned up to over 14,000 now. And,
Yeah.
and you're right, because, I mean, it affects everything, right?
Oh,
We saw the
big
Shaking My
time.
Peaches kind of got a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah.
And, of course, Beck Jr., interfered with right before the start. So it'll be interesting to see how they let him go this time around.
One to consider, maybe that 7, Sunseeker, will be away from any of this trouble should it happen again. Sunseeker from the outside post does have that gate speed.
Taking support under 9-2. And like I said, I love the transition from the open non-winners races to now a condition claimer.
Alrighty, still time, folks. Windows are still open and selling following that recall. Pinned on the 1, State of Treasure. Interesting to see how he lines up here. Again, a field of 7 on the pace, plus that newcomer, the trailer, Beck Jr. in from Northfield Park. Top of the stretch. 8th race, Pacers. Pickup speed. Here they come. The rough, a tentative beginning for the 1, the State of Treasure. It's going to be Doc's Paparazzi. Sunseeker from that outside gate has left very sharp here for Brett McDonald. Doc's Paparazzi, though the marching orders from Borth will drive on. Sunseeker finds the pocket, already considering the outside move from third. State of Treasure, right line. He's now moving into second and will be challenging as they roll quickly to this opening quarter mile. State of Treasure up on the outside at 3 to 5, trying to grab control prior to turn number 2. Doc's Paparazzi, though, he's made him work for it. 28-1, brisk opening quarter mile speed, and it is the favorite, State of Treasure. He's paid the cost to be the boss. He's in control now with just over a lap to go. State of Treasure second best. Doc's Paparazzi traveling third is Sunseeker. Racing inside fourth, the returning EL Wild Sport, directed to the outside and Fish Shaken. My Peaches, that's cover for Words Escape Me. Then along the inside, Squadron Sealster, the newcomer Beck Jr. is trailing after a half of 58-2. State of Treasure, now the lead is 2.5 lengths. Doc's Paparazzi gapping here in second. It's the uncovered Shaking My Peaches for Andy Moore, driving up quickly now. State of Treasure's got to do more. Here comes the company showing up. Shaking My Peaches going to tow up Sunseeker now to get involved. 128-1 for 3/4. Shaking My Peaches went by. Shaking My Peaches by a half length. State of Treasure could not go with. Sunseeker battles on for third against the Doc's Paparazzi, and into the stretch. Upset in the making. Shaking My Peaches, State of Treasure, it ain't gonna happen. Sunseeker now on for the deuce. Late pace, Squadron Sealster, it's all. Shaking My Peaches, Sunseeker appeared to be second. Close for the show, though. Words Escape Me against Squadron Sealster, 158-2. Race 8 upset goes to number 2, Shaking My Peaches. Shaking My Peaches here at 8-1, winning over the 7, Sunseeker. Long shots, Squadron Sealster in for third. Words Escape Me fourth. 2, 7, 6, 4 unofficial. Back to victory lane number 2, Shaking My Peaches. Owned and trained by Bert Moore of Sarnia. Andy Moore was on board for this victory in 158-2. The 4-year-old son of Net Deniam, out of Shaking the Dragon by Dragon again, has just paced to a new lifetime best here. 5th career win, 3rd on the season. Shaking My Peaches at 8-1 is an 8th race upsetter. Congratulations. Shaking My Peaches, 1840. Exactor, 8940. Dollar Try, 265.60. The Superfecta for $1, 1746.15. A 20-center worth, 349.23. State of Treasure was 5th. Shaking My Peaches won it. Doc's Paparazzi 6. Words Escape Me 4. EL Wild Sport 7. Squadron Sealster 3rd. Sunseeker 2nd. Beck Jr. finished 8th. A 28-1, 58-2, a 128-1, and a mile was a 158-2. It was Shaking My Peaches from the top. A 5-1-6, a 4-7-3-2-8. 9th up and coming. 9th race, no changes there for the Exactor Try. Super start of a pick 3 comes around in 8 minutes. Live money in play, just $98. Incredible. After two legs, so winners 3-1, 8-1. $98 from a pick five pool, $14,759. Live money in play for a late pick four. Likely coming around the corner here with 2 minutes left to wager on race number 9. $1,481 live and in play from the $16,892 dollar pick four pool. So the late pick five just got a whole lot more interesting, and I thought races 7 and 8 would have been the easier races through the sequence, and now we've got 3 more legs to go on this late pick five, where less than $100 remains live and in play. Best of luck if you played along with Maximus Power and Shaking My Peaches in the first couple of legs here. Pacers stepping out on Post Parade. It's race number 9 up next. Exactor Try Super. The pick 3 starting up number 1. None Ya Business. Jason Ryan on board for Mary and Len Christopher. The trainer Kevin Botts. Dance Machine 2. It's Carol Voyer owning, training, and driving. Sally Charlton owning. Lindsay Kerr trains 3, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Dan Clements. Mo Better for Travis Henry. For Kerry Howard, trainer is Jeff Graham. Mr. Rebelly, number 5, Colin Kelly, on board this evening for John McQueen. The trainer's Cam McQueen. Don and Heather McGregor sharing ownership. Peter Core training. And number 6, the Lone Ranger, is Garrett Rooney. Tries with his, tries for his 4th driving win tonight. Number 7, Mr. Cheeseman, Lauren House, gets the call for Don Douglas. Trainer is Scott McNiven. And from the trailing spot, 8, J Powerball, Rachel Andrew owning and training at Austin Sorry in the sulky. Currently a 4-5 favorite with this group from that trailing spot. Exactor Try Super Pick 3 starts here in race number 9. Alrighty, Robert Reed Jr. Top selection for yourself. I kind of like him too. JJ Powerball, but we've mentioned it before. We'll mention it again. Trailing spot for a horse with not a whole lot of early speed. A tough post to overcome. Many may have followed along with your late pick 5 ticket idea and would be live onto him as a key. JJ Powerball. What do you think of the live money left? Less than 90. Well, less than $100.
I wish right now, you start saying, I wish I spent a little more and maybe
Oh,
had more coverage.
wow, hey.
I mean, it was one of those ones, Sugar, where your Maximus Power was 3-1. He played out like a 5 or 6 to 1 shot, and then Shaking My Peaches was 8 to 1. Took a lot of money early, by the way,
Right.
and then ends up being about a 20 to 1 shot. So kind of a perfect storm with the 2 horses that won to start off the sequence, and now I'm needing JJ Powerball. One that last week we kind of talked ourselves out of him behind the gate because we said, well, how's he going to get away? And
that's right.
Might carry. Tonight, I looked at it and I watched that replay, and he had no chance the way the race unfolded.
Right.
He had absolutely no hope. He still made a decent account of himself, and what I think can happen tonight, or at least now I'm hoping can happen, is the trailing post will just get him ahead of a couple of horses off the switch, if not more than that, and he can maybe find some flow and get the better of this group. I mean, I think, pound for pound, he is the better horse in here. It just depends on where he gets away. And as long as he doesn't even need horses to leave in front of him. He needs horses on the outside to take back. If there's some horses that take back, he won't end up too far out of it.
I was just going to say, he's got to hope the horses take back, because if he gets a few of them laying outside and he doesn't find a way out early enough, like this horse wants to be in play and moving early. I mean, if he's got a horse on the outside of him with no shot of getting out prior to the half mile, it's just not going to look good.
You just actually mentioned the biggest fear, right?
Right.
With the trailing post.
Yeah.
Is that when you end up kind of mid-pack and it doesn't all settle.
Right.
Because then you're going to probably at best be locked in or shuffled back to last, and it's not going to work. So, again, I'm hoping, he's got a horse taking a lot of support in front of him, none of your business, 8-5. Now, I mean, he's racing a non-winners of 40,000 life, non-winners of 60,000 life. To me, this is kind of, I mean, I guess pound for pound, maybe about a lateral move.
Okay.
But really, against one like JJ Powerball, I think it's a pretty big step up in class when you think about it, right? I mean, those are not winners of lifetime horses,
right?
Whereas you've got one like JJ Powerball who's made 150,000, one like Mr. Mock Jimmy's made 273,000. So again, if that one can leave out enough to just have him get away in a decent spot, I mean, I think you're right too. I want to see him moving sometime early in the mile, even if it means he goes overland,
right? Because
if he doesn't, it's just going to be the same old story again.
You're looking at 3, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Liking the chances here. This horse has seen much better days around London. If he can find some of that old form, Mr. Mock Jimmy, 9-year-old son of Mach 3, free-legged. Dan Clements on board for Lindsay Kerr. He's well worth a look here. The price is okay at 5 to 1.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, he's one that, kind of he's been disappointing us, I think, right? Like one that you expect more from him because of his resume,
right,
in his career.
That's exactly
he looks pretty proud of himself right now on the track. He looks good on the track.
I agree.
Really. Yeah. And 5 to 1, not a bad number, for a horse that should be in the mix throughout,
Hmm.
and one that when you look at this field top to bottom, you have to think he's going to look around and like the company he keeps tonight. It's just, I mean, he's been facing similar types, I guess,
Hmm.
in recent races. But I mean, what would we bet on Cheddar Bay in here? Yeah, we would take
Right.
any price
Oh, Cheddar
against.
Bay. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I
Um,
mean, yeah.
One more thing your way. Number 4, Mo Better, is the one that we kind of got on very late last time out. Was it against JJ Powerball? Travis Henry, few winners thus far tonight. If he sends Mo Better, it could set up 1-4, 4-1.
Again, the 1-4-4-1.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it would put me in a coma. But
Oh,
at the end of the day, I could see it happening.
yeah,
Mo Better's got his only path to glory here is going forward off the
for
gate.
sure.
Travis Henry, by the way, hot hand. He's racking up wins now.
Here we go then. What's going to happen here in the ninth? Interesting. The 1 is at 8-5. The 8, JJ Powerball. Really good value for Mo Better. Top of the stretch. Right on the bit here is the rail starter, None Your Business, Jason Ryan. But he's off stride prior to the start briefly. Back down pacing, but in a hole. Here they come. They're off. Mo Better, the 4 left on out of there. Dance Machine traveling second. It's Mr. Rebelle sliding into third. JJ Powerball did get away well. He's up there in fourth. Fifth best away for Mr. Mock Jimmy. Next in line to be sixth, the Lone Ranger. Back to None Your Business, who had troubles behind the gate. And trailing the field was Mr. Cheeseman. So Voyer on the lead here with a double-digit Dance Machine at 10-1, quarter mile speed, 27-1, deceivingly quick. Dance Machine stepping out tonight. Mo Better right there in second, traveling third. Mr. Rebelle thinking about it fourth. JJ Powerball, he gets set to get underway. Mr. Mock Jimmy follows that in fifth, traveling in sixth. Still the Lone Ranger. Back markers, None Your Business, and Mr. Cheeseman. It's 1/2 gone and 1 to go for hot pace setter Dance Machine. Here comes the company. JJ Powerball now moves on the leader. He's up to the wheel after a 56-3 halftime. Dance Machine driving on. Dance Machine by a length and a half. It's Mo Better maintaining second. Grit grinding away in third. JJ Powerball. Mr. Mock Jimmy towed up into it. He's fourth. A buried fifth for Mr. Rebelle, setting it up third over. None Your Business. Then it's back to the Lone Ranger trailing not out of it. Mr. Cheeseman. 126. 29-2 through the third. Dance Machine still going forward. JJ Powerball not going away. Mr. Mock Jimmy tries the 3 wide side, looking for some daylight. Mo Better up on the wide side. None Your Business trying for that huge recovery and into the stretch. JJ Powerball on the outside may have. Dance Machine. JJ Powerball to the top. JJ Powerball! Look to get there by a head over Mo Better. It was tight for third. 156-2. JJ Powerball, no quit. It is 8. JJ Powerball over the 4. Mo Better. Third went to 3. Mr. Mock Jimmy. Then the 5. Mr. Rebelle. 8, 4, 3, 5. Unofficial. Still quite full of himself. Coming back for a winner's circle photo is that 8 JJ Powerball, 7-year-old son of Image of Dawn from the Bettor's Delight Mare, a New York Lotto. Read by Jamie McKinley of Clyde River, Prince Edward Island, to Rachel Andrew of Guelph. Owning and training Austin Sories on board for the 22nd career win on JJ Powerball, his fourth trip to victory lane in 2022. He guts it out here tonight, 156-2, JJ Powerball. Congratulations. $390 to win, exactor 2150, try for a buck of 53.20, the super for a buck 169.95. None Your Business was sixth, Dance Machine fifth, Mr. Mock Jimmy third, Mo Better second, Mr. Rebelly four, the Lone Ranger seventh, Mr. Cheeseman eight, JJ Powerball a winner 27-1, 56-3. 126 mile, 156-2, JJ Powerball from the top, a 653, 24, 781. Two more to go as we go back on the trot for race number 10. Exactor try, super late doubles starting up. 8 trotters go postward in 7 minutes. Here comes the field now for race number 10 as we go back on the trot with a field of 8. Number 1, Dominum Deo. It's Billy on owning and training Ryan Drosh in the sulky. Then number 2, it's I Am What I Am, Preston Shaw on board for Patricia Gibb, the trainer Joe Shaw. Number 3, Dusty Lane Thunder, Alfie Carroll for John Bell, the trainer Dane Pearson. And here is 4, Petro Angel, Brett McDonald for owner-trainer Daryl Laver. Number 5, Missy's Magic Man. Jason Ryan gets the call, stays on for Ron Corbett. Trainer is Jason Ryan as well. The 6 Stars Above Alleridge. This one for Tanya Lawson. Trainers Patrick Bissett, Travis Henry. Then the 7 Azúcar, Tyler Borth for owner-trainer Mariel Amberg. And number 8 Super T, Colin Kelly for John and Chris Shake. John does the training. 8 trotters for the 10th race, Exacta Tri, Super, and a late double. Already getting a look at a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. It's the number 4 horse. This trotter, Petro Angel. I like for a piece of this one too. I got it pegged for second. Before we get to talking about Petro Angel, Brad was wondering on Twitter, he found it interesting that neither of us had one selected anywhere in race number 9. I don't know about you, Robert, but for me, I just didn't like the top 3 finishes over the last couple of seasons. I didn't know much about Nunya Business and just kind of faltered behind the gate anyway. But that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Just not a big fan of the top 3 finishes for that horse over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, we talked about it too before the race. Nowhere's a 40,000 life. Nowhere's a 60,000 life. Got beat by a wide margin.
Yeah.
That was tonight against horses that have been career winners.
Right.
So
right.
You're looking at something saying that, yeah, maybe it wasn't the strongest bunch of career winners, but
yeah,
it was much better than what that horse had been facing. You know, I'm a huge fan of Called In Sick.
Yeah.
But even him going into that class and be up against it, and of course this is one that beat him pretty handily. So I just thought that. Yeah, it was not for me.
Yeah,
same. And, made that break behind the gate. And to be honest, that break behind the gate certainly helped the chance of JJ Powerball. You'd say, I hate to have a trailer behind a horse that breaks. Well, Austin wasn't behind that one.
Right.
And it let him really shoot up the inside there to get away 4th off the gate.
It worked out. It worked out perfect for him. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, love the drive by Austin Story
right.
there.
Didn't panic, right? He didn't panic.
When he pulled, I said, just float.
Yeah.
You know what? And I knew he would.
Yeah.
And I don't want anyone to say, oh, you hear the comparison that Robert made on the show. I'm going to make a comparison right now only because when I think back to drivers that seem to do their best work first over.
Right.
Growing up, it was for me Steve Condren. Okay.
Right.
And I love a driver that is willing to sit out there, no panic.
Right.
I know I've got the better horse. I'm going to let you do your thing, and I'll get you in the lane. That's exactly what he did. I think he probably could have won by a wider margin if he wanted to. I think the horse was good tonight.
Yeah,
and
real
I
good.
love the drive.
Yep.
And Austin is a fantastic driver in the first over position.
We saw it firsthand on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway in a big one, right?
Yeah, and he ends up in that spot a lot. And a lot of guys, especially bettors, are going to say, oh, my God, I don't want to bet a guy that ends up first over a lot. He's someone that I think really understands the horse that he's on.
Yeah.
And that's the spot that he's comfortable in, when he's first over. He doesn't panic.
Some people may have panicked, first up for a long, long time. JJ Powerball, you were not panicking turning for home.
I wasn't turning for home, but, I mean, if he ever tries to attack that front runner, Carol Boyer is not letting him go in a million years.
Never,
okay?
never.
And they're going to just get into a huge tussle, and then Mo Better would have slipped to the inside and beat them both. So, like I said, it was a great drive. But, hey, we're sweating it now, Sugar.
Ooh,
the next
sweating
two
it.
races are going to be sweat fest.
I guess you'd like to have all here, wouldn't you? Number 4, Petro Angel. Let's talk about it. Daryl Laver, Brett McDonald. Know you're a big fan of both.
Yeah, listen, love me some Laver. It's something
Yeah,
I always say, and I think it's a big overlay right now.
sure.
I really do because Petro
Price.
Angel.
Yeah.
I thought. I mean, we said it last time. If her nose is on the gate, we would
Yep.
have been all over her. Now she made a break in the early going.
Mm-hmm.
No chance after that, but her nose gets back on the gate tonight. She raced really well two back, and the price to me is just a huge overlay.
Sure.
I think she fits well against this group.
Okay, I remember you saying that exact thing. Want her nose on gate. Number 3, Dusty Lane Thunder, Alfie Carroll, just missing last time out.
Yeah, against L.A. Magic, I thought turned in a big performance, and that one got claimed out of that contest. I think we're going to see probably move on to some pretty good things. And Dusty Lane Thunder, kind of a big mare, so coming out of the pocket might not be something she's great at because she's it takes probably a little while for her to get going. She missed by a head in that effort, and I think she fits really well against this group. So I went back to her in the second spot.
Right on. We're seconds away from race number 10. Mr. B is still rolling on his pick 5.
Yeah, Mr. B, another sharp capper, right?
Yep.
I've seen him take out a lot of money in these multi-leg wagers here, and this is a good sequence to be alive in. I thought that this was the tougher of the two tonight, and again, I was still astonished by what was left after 2 legs, so we'll see what happens after this one.
Right on. Here we go. It's the Trotters for race number 10. Best of luck to all going forward in those multi-leg wagers. We've got Dominum Deo in a rail, then I Am What I Am, Dusty Lane Thunder, Petro Angel, Nose on Gate, Missy's Magic Man, Stars Above Oleridge, Azúcar gets the outside gate, trailing out of Super T. Who do you like? Tenth race, Trotters into the stretch. 4 to 5 at number 5, Missy's Magic Man. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Missy's Magic Man wanted the first call and gets it for Jason Ryan. Crossing on over to grab early control. Missy's Magic Man is back to the raceway and leading on by the opening 8. Dusty Lane Thunder for the 2-hole ride. Trotting at a third, I Am What I Am, Petro Angel. Behaving in the early going, has settled in for 4th. 5th best away for Dominum Deo. Traveling in 6th, Super T away cleanly this week in 7th. Stars Above Oleridge, the earliest trailer was Azúcar. Single File by the quarter mile. 28 and 4 behind the 3 to 5 Faye. Missy's Magic Man for Jason Ryan. Right there in 2nd, Dusty Lane Thunder. Traveling in 3rd, Long Shot, I Am What I Am. Considering the outside move from 4th is Petro Angel. Following up on that, it's Dominum Deo. Down in front of us they travel. Missy's Magic Man being left alone here. Missy's Magic Man carved out a half in 59 and 2. A Dusty Lane Thunder is traveling in 2nd and committing to go first up here. It's Petro Angel. Petro Angel now on for 3rd to the left. I Am What I Am. Towed up into it now in 5th. Dominum Deo. A Bear reads 6 for Super T. Back markers. Stars Above Oleridge and Azúcar. Down the backside, 2nd and final time. Missy's Magic Man has not faced a challenger. Dusty Lane Thunder. Tippy-tap reminders to remain alert from that pocket ride. Back on for 3rd, I Am What I Am. Stalling out there was Petro Angel. Still a buried 5th for Super T. They get ready to make the swing after 3 quarters. 129 and 2. Missy's Magic Man doing all the work, trying to get paid. Looking good thus far. Dusty Lane Thunder empty from the pocket around that long shot. I Am What I Am. It's all Missy's Magic Man for Ryan. On for the deuce. I Am What I Am. Dusty Lane Thunder did hold 3rd over Super T. 2 minutes, 1/5. Number 5, Missy's Magic Man, an easy winner there in the 10th. On for the deuce, 2, I Am What I Am, then 3, Dusty Lane Thunder, 8, Super T. 5, 2, 3, and 8. It's unofficial. Missy's Magic Man coming back, driving double here for Jason Ryan. Missy's Magic Man, 6-year-old son of Kadabra, from the CR Renegade mare, CH Meadow Miss. Owned and bred by Ron Corbett of St. Jacobs. Jason Ryan training and driving this one to his 23rd career victory. That's 6 on the season. Missy's Magic Man wires them up here this evening in 2 minutes. 1/5. Congratulations. 340 on the nose for Missy's Magic Man. Exactor 27.30. Dollar try 30.45. The super for $1. 177.45. Dominum Deo was 7. I Am What I Am 2nd. Dusty Lane Thunder 3rd. Petro Angel finished 8th. Missy's Magic Man a winner. Stars Above Alleridge 6. Azúcar finished 5th. Super T 4. 28-4, 59-2, 129-2, and the mile was 2 minutes. 1/5. Missy's Magic Man for the Jason Ryan driving double. Top down a 7-2, 3, 8-1, 6, 5, 4, and it's one more to go. And back on the pace for race number 11. Number 3, Easy Flyer, is actually racing with a blind bridle on. It's the blind bridle for 3, Easy Flyer, here in the 11th and final exactor try super high 5 in 10 minutes. So we've got the Will Pays on display here. Will Pays on to race 11. Our pacing finale features the high five opportunity. Of course, the non-jackpot high five, where the pool pays out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers, minus a low take. Pick 5 Will Pays. Looking forward to seeing these pop up. After leg number 2, there was less than $100 live and in play, but then we've seen a couple of heavy favorites show up in the last couple of races. Favorite to complete it, number 1 At the Beach, Hanover, coming back at $431 and change based on the 20-cent wager. There was some action as well for the 5 Harper's Hat-Trick, as well as a 2 Easton Beach, and for Chappie's Boy. No live money remains in play on number 6 Bettor's Victory, and should the 6 Bettor's Victory happen to win this race, a pick 5 carryover going into Friday evening. 3 minutes away from race number 11. Exactor try the high five. Live racing continues this coming Friday evening. It's the 4:50 early start time. Alrighty, here we go. Starters for race number 11. Starters for race number 11 include number 1 At the Beach Hanover, Sam Filion for Gino Toscani, the trainer Ashley Lenvoy. Easton Beach is 2. It's George Catros, training and driving for Mary Catros. Easy Flyer 3 switches to a blind bridle for Colonel Schneider Jr. Cassidy Schneider trains. Colin Kelly up. Then the 4 Chappie's Boy with Tyler Borth for owner, trainer, breeder Paul Chapman. Chris Haskell along with Grant Sheldon share the ownership on 5 Harper's Hat-Trick with Chris Training. Travis Henry on board. Betters Victory 6 Dan Clements Spottets for Sally Charlton, Tom Knight, Dave Dighton, Ryan Clements, Lindsay Kerr trains. 7 outside Bolt Power, Brenda DeRibble along with William Brown on the ownership line. Braden Raveling is the trainer and a driver of 7 Bolt Power. And to trail out number 8, He's a Handy Man. This one for owner Mark Horner, brother Mike Horner, the trainer and driver. 8 horse field on the pace for this exactor try. Super High Five. All righty, finale time, 11th race, Super High Five play, myself, yourself. We're on the top 2 for exactors anyway. Easton Beach, what a price. And number 1 At the Beach Hanover. Those are the exactors we have selected here in the finale. I'm staying with Easton Beach, and I'm sure you are too, Rob.
Yeah, staying with them, needing them for the pick 5,
Oh,
right? Also needing them for the pick 4, I guess, too, right? So, and both are paying really well. I mean, listen, the payouts are incredible, really, really up and down the board. I know Mr. B is alive. I'm happy to share with him on the 1 At the Beach Hanover.
Sure.
I know he's probably cheering for Easy Flyer, though. I think he's got him too. And I don't understand the payout on Easy Flyer at almost $3,400 for 20 cents.
Wow, crazy, hey?
Yeah.
You know, not a bad barn this week. Cassidy was a winner here last night. Had a winner up around your spot too, Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, and you know, you gotta like the barn. They've had success with this horse in the past. too,
Yeah.
right? So it's one of those things where, you know, getting back to those connections might help. You know, for a better effort. And if you just go past the last one, they're pretty good on the page for Easy Flyers. So
Going back to the
interesting
well, so to speak, right?
and 6-1.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at the odds boards, you see 6-1 an Easy Flyer based on, you know, compare that to his pick 5 payout. It's a pretty nice spot to be in if you've got the pick 5 alive on him.
Right on, Easy Flyer, maybe one to consider here. How about the 1 At the Beach Hanover? Now, this horse I can remember from last year's meet. Usually showed it in post parade or thereafter. You know, just some horses do show it on track, right? And here's a look at the Beach Hanover. He looks all right. Sam Filion getting set to make the move out to Century Mile Thursday night for the National Driving Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be great to watch those guys go to battle, no question about it. And At the Beach Hanover, I agree with you, by the way. He's one that I think he looks sharp tonight.
Yeah.
And he's an interesting horse because he's one that when he's on his game, he'll come first over and he'll blow away tougher horses than he's facing in this group. You know, and if you look up and down the page there, I mean, even Carson Shadow, I think we'd be happy to take him against these and here, and got within 3/4 of length of that one last time. Rail Control tonight, I think he deserves, you know, maybe to be bet to favoritism here. He's 2-1 right now, and again, one that's been in good form as of late.
Right on. Less than 2 minutes wagering time on this High Five finale. Another one that you've got pegged in here would be the 5 Harper's Hat-Trick, Travis Henry. And he's been in the winner's circle a few times tonight, and a near miss, of course, with a long shot back there with a Mo Better in race 9.
Yeah, and Mo Better was giving me some fits coming up the rail right there, to be honest.
I bet. You and many others.
Yeah, for sure. And Harper's hat trick, if it wasn't for missing the time, would have been my top selection here. Even
Okay.
money is too short for me based on the fact that, again, you've missed over a month,
Yes, 5
but he's a horse
weeks.
that's
Yeah.
capable
Yeah.
of beating this group. I mean, it beat owners at 3,800 last five at Mohawk Park.
Right.
You see that right there down on the page there. And I think that would stack up well against this group. I mean, Easton Beach right now at 24 to 1. I thought that he'd
It's
be about
insane,
6 to
right?
1 in here.
Yeah, I mean,
It is.
this is a
It is.
huge, for me, class relief, inside post. I mean, all he's got to do is show up like he did two back in the preferred where he tried to cut one out. He still paced him off 56 and 2, 56 and 3 last time to finish fourth. That's all it's going to take to win this race. 56 speed,
Yeah.
winning your, that's all you need to win this.
And he was overland last time and only got beat just over 3. I know there's been some time between starts for him too, but maybe they've sorted some things out with him. I'm hoping he tries to leave tonight. 25 to 1. That's the value on the board for me, Sugar.
Alrighty, gates moving for the finale. Shout out to Michael Janet. He heard us talking about pronunciations for horse race names early on in the program. He mentions Saboni. Saboni keeps on getting mispronounced. So he's corrected me in saying Sabone, Sibone. So that's where we'll go next time. Sibone is Indigo. We'll go with that pronunciation. Here we go. It's the 11th race starters for the high five. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Easy Flyer. First off the car for the far outside. Bolt Power left out. Chappie's Boy is put in play. Chappie's Boy took late action here. And at 2 to 1, circles up for Totterborth and has grabbed control. Chappie's Boy to the top. Already right lining from third. Moving into second. Here comes At the Beach Hanover at 7 to 2. He's going first up. And at the quarter mile, Chappie's Boy could be thinking of leaving him out here. 28 and 2 was the quarter mile speed. At the Beach Hanover did take control. So Chappie's Boy for a 2-hole ride tonight. Easy Flyer went on hold in third, traveling in fourth. Easton Beach looking to the outside in fifth. There goes. He's a handyman. Bolt Power thinking about following up that move from 6. 7th is Harper's hat trick. And the trailer Better's Victory up top. At the Beach Hanover had them by the half and 58 and 1. At the Beach Hanover to bend them on towards the 5/8. Chappie's Boy is second and uncovered third. He's a handyman trying the grit grinding route tonight. Has moved into second for Horner. Bolt Power chasing up on that cover. He just took fourth. Fifth and in for Easy Flyer. Setting it up third over. Harper's hat trick getting shuffled here was Easton Beach Trailer on the outside. Better's Victory 4 in and 4 out by 3/4. 127 and 2. He's a handyman going a big one up against At the Beach Hanover. Rounding the final turn. He's a handyman. Ooh, he's bringing his A game tonight. He appears to have put away At the Beach Hanover. It's Chappie's Boy off the pylons from third, but it looks to be too late for the rest. He's a handyman. Just jogs for Team Horner. Chappie's Boy appeared to get second over At the Beach Hanover. Then came Bolt Power and maybe Harper's hat trick. 156 and 1. He's a handyman on top. Unofficial winner here, number 8. He's a handyman at 10 to 1 over the 4. Chappie's Boy, then 1 At the Beach Hanover, 7 Bolt Power, 5 Harper's hat trick. 8-4-1-7-5 unofficial. He's a Handyman came back after winning in 156-1. This 5-year-old son of Big Jim out of Cassidy Sealster by Cam Luck. Owned and bred by Mark Horner, and Mike Horner training and driving this one to his 20th career victory, 8th on the season. Very, very sharp win tonight. He's a Handyman there in 156-1. Congratulations. It was $23 on the win ticket. $78.80 for the exactor. Daily double, $46.90. Pick 3, 20 center, $15.32. Pick 4 for $1, $931.15. Pick 5, 20 center, $1,558.46. Those 20-cent tickets, many of them have been huge in recent race cards here. The dollar try, $136.55, and the high 5, 20 center, $637.99. Here's that official rundown for race number 11. At the Beach, Hanover finished 3rd. Easton Beach 7. Easy Flyer 6. Chappie's Boy 2nd. Harper's Hattrick 5th. Better's Victory 8. Bull Power 4th. He's a Handyman, a winner. Fractions of 28-2, 58-1, 127-2. I'm out of 156-1. Huge back half. He's a Handyman, first up to win it. From the top, a 3, 7, 6, 2, 5, 8. 4 and 1. Total wager for this evening, $488,000 and change. Thanks so much for playing tonight and always. And we do appreciate the support of that early pick 5 carryover tonight. Thanks so much for playing along with us. Back in action this coming Friday evening, the early 4:50 start time from the Eye on the London Sky. Sugar Doyle, have yourself a great night.